microphone. Okay, that's working now. That's good. Welcome back, everybody. Oh no, am I quiet now? Hold on. Oh, we'll fiddle with this. We'll turn this up. Whoa, okay. Beep. I feel like, is this all the way up? Oh no, it's all the way down. Okay, that's better. There we go. We will do that. James the Cat Boy, hello, hello. Saw your YouTube short. I was expecting at least a reference to Mr. Meeseeks other than the title. Yeah, I was kind of... I did a few takes of that, and it was just like, it didn't feel right. It didn't feel right. Because it is essentially a Meeseeks box, right? Like, but it's a jar of pickles. Maybe I should put a reference in there somewhere. Because thematically, that is what it is. It's just a Meeseeks box. How are you today? I hope you are doing well. Let me get my texture up here so we can draw some stuff, and then we will start doing some drawings. I have been fighting with Comcast all morning because they will not let my internet function. And I screamed at a robot for like 20 minutes. Yeah, it was great. It's really busy, so let me help you. No, I want to talk to a person. I'm going to restart your modem. Don't do that. Don't do that. And then as soon as it does it anyways, and it's like, well, now that your modem is being started, a person can't help you right now, so please call back later. And I was like, you son of a bitch. Yeah, it's a huge rigmarole, and I dare say I feel like it is a scam. So Xfinity, yeah, what is your deal? Get your stuff together, please. Either give me the service that I'm paying for, or like, I don't know, charge me for the service that you are providing me. That'd be nice. Struggling in Hollow Knight? Nice. Where did my pen go? We will give them a call back later and chew them out. Where is my pen? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Okay. How are you today, Druid? Coming in spicy. Extremely decent. Oh, I have the wrong one set up too. So, yeah, that would probably be helpful. Let me do that real quick. I'm just gonna send it to you directly. Okay. Too bad. Yeah. I feel like John Oliver has started, like, that's his niche now. Yeah.
That everybody should probably think a little bit more about because it sucks.
Yep, that sounds about right. I saw him do the Hot Ones challenge yesterday. That was pretty good.
Oh no.
He handled it pretty well for
a Brit.
Well, I was just gonna say for a crybaby, but it was good. It was really good. It was okay. This week has just been a week of like, how's Mr. Crow, by the way? Is Mr. Crow this crow, or is Mr. Crow the cat? People usually ask about Skip Cat. He's tired. It's strange how tired you can be when you're an undead crow. But here we are. Here we are.
I mean, undead things have 0 stamina, so...
That's true.
Literally, right? So you could say they're always so tired they just can't.
My charisma is just running out. Running out of charisma, running out of potential. I'm doing all right. I'm tired. I'm just exhausted from dealing with shit, which is, you know, the general adult.
General state of being an adult.
Yep. And I still have to call some other people today. My car insurance company decided to just charge me $100 for no reason, and it's like, what? Why? So I have to call them and figure that out. They even sent they sent a list of like my car insurance stuff. They're like, here's all the things we're covering. This is not a bill. Here's a bill for $100, and it's like, what? What are you talking about? So today is going to be a day of me just calling people and trying not to be upset. The best one that got me was I got the water bill, and I used -5 water this month, and I was just like, how did I use -5 water? And they're like, we owe you $15. I was like, what? I'm so confused about everything.
That's very funny to me, actually.
I assume what it was is because last time I think they overcharged me because my bill was massive, and I was like, "What the hell's happening?" And I think they corrected it.
Gotcha.
And instead of telling me what was going on, they were just like, "Whoopsie." How is it I can beat Vengefly King, no problem in normal, but it can't do a thing when they throw a second one into the mix? You know, having the double boss fights is rough. It's just super rough. I guess it's like across the board. I've been working on some what's the word I'm looking for? Hollow Knight inspired characters recently. I won't be able to share them until like May, I think. But I'm excited. They're pretty good. Pretty happy with them. So that'll be neat.
How did the jellyfish turn out?
Pretty good. There was some conflict with like three other people. Not three other people. There are three other people that are like kind of my bosses in this situation. Like the original artist, another artist on the team, and then like the head guy. And they all three wanted something different for the eyes, and I was just like, oh no. So I tried it all the different ways, and then this morning I was just like, I'm just going to do it this way because I like it, and I haven't heard back from them yet, so we'll see what happens. But it was complicated. It got complicated. Here we are.
Get on the same page or don't give feedback.
Yeah. Too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yep. A common problem.
Bird legs are weird.
Bird legs are weird.
They don't really have... I guess they do have hips. They're just like... They're in a weird spot.
Yeah, they're up really high.
Bird's knees are covered in fluff. I'm gonna have to design I finished the why you should play Psychopomps audio and image, and now I just have to do all the little animations. So I have to make like a Psychopomp mask for my bird. Which he's kind of already a Psychopomp, but like I gotta make a more Psychopomp mask. And I don't know what that's gonna look like yet. Maybe something like this. Just make him look real stupid. Very Chocobo. Just go super Chocobo. Undead Parrot stream today? Yeah. Undead Parrot stream. Normally I warm up with a rugby, but I'm so mad. I'm so mad that I don't got a rugby in me right now. Rugby fighting the robots. That's kind of my... We noticed that we're cheating you, so we are going to just ignore you until you go away.
But don't stop paying us.
What was the thing I saw? I saw a TikTok of a guy talking to an electrician. It wasn't an electrician specifically, but just like a tech support person, and they're like, "Hey, so we're gonna need you to be here between 8 and 5." And he's like, "I have a job though." And he's like, "Can it be at 2?" And they're like, "No, between 8 and 5 every day this week." He's like, I can't do that. That's impossible." He's like, "Yeah, well, then we're not gonna fix your problem. Sorry." It's like, can I pay you guys in like within a week of when it's due? They're like, no. You owe us that money right now. It's like, It's like it definitely feels like there's a double standard, but I also understand that like there needs to be some flexibility into it. Like my dad was a repairman for most of my life, and him just talking about like things that should take 5 minutes sometimes take days, and sometimes things they think are going to take days, it's like, oh, they didn't plug it in. So it's like there's no way of knowing how much time something is going to take except for like the law of averages. And so it's,
right.
I understand that they can't know when they will be at your house, but it definitely sucks. I've had issues with my internet before, and like the power box is like I can see it from my window, the internet box, and sometimes a guy will just like drive by it, get out of the car, open it, touch something, get back in his car, and then my internet works again. And it's just like, maybe that's a problem that they should just permanently fix instead of like there's obviously something wrong with that. Yeah. Maybe that needs to be dealt with. Hermes makes the Psychopomp video. I knew he served that role at IRL. Was Hermes one of the Psychopomps? I guess.
Yeah, Hermes counts as a Psychopomp because his death doesn't come, or no, Charon doesn't come to the surface.
Right.
Death harvests the souls. Hermes brings the souls to the edge of Tartarus, where he drops them off at the Styx, and then Charon picks them up and brings them down into.
So Hermes is technically it's a specific type of Psychopomp. They're all separate in Pathfinder, and that sounds like basically that's the way it's derived up. You have someone that collects the souls, someone that guides the souls, and then someone that transports them through the boneyard. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I talked about them specifically, but maybe I should. Maybe I should add it in there.
I mean, you could, but he's very Greek lore, right? And we're kind of focused on like D&D and.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I like references though. I like referencing those things because I talk about death and I talk about Karen. Karen.
Karen.
Yeah, Karen.
Charon. I don't know. I don't speak ancient Greek.
Chitin.
I don't know.
So it's Karen. Hello, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. It is going to be a viewer suggestion today, so we do have a list of things to draw. We just have to get to it first. I'm just going to warm up with a whole bunch of little sketches. Gotta get them birds in.
Druid's in an exceptionally painty mood today, so things may take... I may be going exceptionally slow, or things may go really fast. I don't know.
That's fair.
I'm trying to get another Pandora's Sphinx moth, which is this really cool leaf camouflage, leaf litter camouflaged green and beige moth going.
Nice.
And I probably should not be doing this because as a warm-up because it's a pretty complex design.
When in doubt, try to sketch stupider. LG, welcome in. Might should be on the list for the last round. Go good to go. From the last round, so good to go. Yeah, as long as it was put on before Monday. Or Wednesday. I got it on there. On the list from Wednesday. But I do post all these to the Discord, so if you've not checked the Discord to see if it got drawn on Wednesday, that's usually a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what if it's just a lump?
I mean, that would be pretty cute. The little guy.
I don't know what's happening anymore. Alright, here we go.
You're doing lots of sketches, which is good. That's actually warming up. I'm just painting the thing that I wanted to paint.
Sure. 18. Wolf, Totem, Goblin, Barbarian, specialized in unarmed bites.
Looking at the Goblin in second edition Pathfinder, that seems like such a fun build you could do in that system.
I think this might actually be jump ropes. So I'll let you know how that goes.
Good, I'm excited.
But yeah, they did a good job with that build specifically because like it used to be the thing where you were, the big head sharp teeth thing for goblins that still exists.
Yeah.
But it just ups the damage die. So I think she's going to be doing like 2d10 or 2d12 with a bite attack. Seems excessive. You're exceptionally good at wasp skin.
What? Oh, thanks. I've gotten used to it. Bugs have a lot of really cool patterning on them. That kind of sells the chitin covered like exoskeleton look a lot better than just drawing plates, I think. And so I've been focusing on that a little bit more. And
just calling me out on all my robot drawings. I make all my bugs look like robots. I just do plates.
Hey, it's still a really cool look, and I love all of your bugs and your robot drawings. I'm just getting a little bit different look. Because I wanna
draw this person like Max from Sam and Max. I started drawing this character a few days ago. The jump ropes character, so this might not be the same one, but it might be the same one. But I had the idea that if you're like a biting goblin, your teeth should look really nice.
You the were shark goblin video.
Just like perfectly uniform, terrifyingly sharp teeth.
Yeah, I think I'm down with that.
Wayne Reynolds draws goblins like tiny lemons.
Yes, he does. Just I know it was a thing that I think Corvus doesn't care about that aspect.
Right. They don't have lips. They don't have lips,
yeah.
Which is always a little weird.
Or no, maybe Corvus doesn't mind it so much for the little goblins, but the hobgoblins do look kind of funky. And I'll give him that.
Brass plated teeth. That could be pretty funny. Yeah, can you take like a silver or cold iron blanch and like chug it?
If anybody could, a goblin could.
I always like the idea that like a monk would just like pour it all over their fists and they start punching. We gotta get those teeth. Little fang-toothed goblin. Whee. It looks like a tiny dog. Which I guess is what we want.
Yeah.
If you're a wolf goblin, you're essentially just a chihuahua.
Yes.
Quantum, welcome in. How's the audio today, by the way? I stole Jump Rope's mic. Turns out...
I'm good on Discord.
Okay, that's good. Turns out my Yeti, the plug for it, I think is falling. Well, it broke. It broke and it fell out. So I'm trying to fix that, but until I do, I have to steal this one. I've been trying to get better at hair. And the way I've been doing that is by forced truncation, I guess. Like, I'm only allowing myself to draw like one poof of hair at a time.
Right.
And that way I know exactly like where is this part of the hair coming from and where is it going. I have not yet decided if I like it or not. It's definitely helping with like the front part of the hair, but overall, I feel very weak in my hair game. Oh lordy, what have I done? I think I made the body too small. So we're going to try a little bit. A little bit more of a bean. It's not horrible. I think there might be a slight distortion or reverb, but not enough to cause anything misshapen or distract. It's good enough that I wouldn't fiddle with it on stream. Fair enough. Could also be that I'm a little far away. I could just get closer. I might also need to re-soundproof this room and or just, I don't know, get a better office. You know what? The internet sucks here. Let's just buy a new house. Let's just when in doubt, buy a new house.
Yeah, everybody donate $1,000 so
Yeah.
we can afford a new house.
I'm gonna have to put down a down payment, so that's gonna be what, like $30,000? 30 people, you just give me $1,000. Go buy a new house.
Just to be clear, don't actually do this. Unless you really, really want to.
Oh man. Oh man.
Seriously, how would that make you feel if 30 people just suddenly handed you $1,000?
I don't know. I would lose my mind. I think I once got a $200 tip, and I was like, "Holy crap!" And the person was just like, "I'm paying for a commission," and I was like, "Oh, okay." And so it was like that was the one forceful commission I've had. So I don't enjoy that. So I probably would not enjoy 1,000 people giving me giving me that much money. 30, just enough for a down these days. I actually don't know if it is, to be totally honest.
It very much depends on where exactly it is you're going to buy the land.
Yeah, because like around here, I don't know if that'll buy anything. Like when we bought the house here, we did not have that much money, and it was like we had much less than that, and it put us on like a, what is it? It's called like a some kind of insurance that you have to start paying a fee to not have the down payment, and it took us quite a while to get off of that. I want to say BMI, but that's body mass index. So,
Yep.
honestly, I don't know how people buy houses today, and even if I sold my house now, I don't think I'd be able to afford a new one, which is sucky. One of my friends is moving from California, and I'm like, "Oh, you got that big California money?" And he's like, "No, we're not buying a house." Like, that's impossible. It's like, oh, shit. Okay, so. What's happening here? Oh, I'm on the wrong there. There we go. No, what is happening here? Oh, I turned down the opacity of the... What? Yeah, okay. But then this layer should be... Whatever. I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to go with it. This looks a little off to me. I think the body might need to come up a little bit more. I feel like I've made a little tiny vampire goblin.
Kind of have.
Yeah, bleed. I remember I was talking to my parents, and I think when they bought the house that I grew up in forever ago, I think that house cost like $90,000, and I was like, holy crap. That would be amazing. Me and two friends working full-time make just enough for rent. Currently, housing market is no fun. Ugh, yeah, that's no good at all. Reads this Goblin Shakespeare at me. That's interesting. I like that. When I was in college, I got a fancy apartment that I rented with 3 people. And it was like $1,300 a month for the whole thing. I say apartment, it was a house. Like we were renting a house. And that was pricey for us. One of my friends lived in one of the subsidized apartments, and he was paying like $100 a month or something, like $150 a month for rent. It was just like, you're like, it was like a duplex type thing, which is also what we were renting. And it's just like, dang it, should have done that.
Yeah, I lived in one of those for a semester. The problem with living in a college town is that students are real easy to take advantage of.
Yeah.
So I moved out of that after a semester and moved into a expensive, air quotes, apartment because the subsidized one had exposed lead paint and all sorts of problems. It was advertised as having air conditioning, which turned out to be a single swamp cooler, like a window swamp cooler unit for the entire apartment, and it was in one of the bedrooms, which means
one person
that bedroom had no privacy.
Yeah. Probably the neck puff. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I think the neck puff is also keeping the body a little too far away, so I think we're gonna move the body like up to here.
I probably should have realized that I should not have moved into that apartment when part of the lease included an NDA about
That's a little weird.
that prevented you from suing the management company for stuff that's not up to code.
Was it owned by the church?
No.
Sorry.
I would not be surprised. But this one specifically, no.
Okay. How do I make this look like a wolf? That's the question. Bring Baldur's Gate 3 to the table. What? D&D Beyond, why do you have push notifications on right now? Get out of here. Okay, great. Thank you for turning yourself back on. What is it time? Is it the robot uprising right now? Is that what's going on?
No,
is Skynet happening?
That would require the robots to be doing stuff of their own accord. I'm pretty sure what just happened was a corporate uprising.
We noticed that people weren't using the push notifications, so we just turned them all back on. I was working for a guy, and he asked me to basically design do a piece of artwork for spam. Like he's like, yeah, we're just gonna send this to every single person, and I'm like,
oof,
nope. He's like, what? I'm like, I refuse to do that. I don't want you to use my art for that. And he got real mad. I was like, that's my line.
We reserve the right to refuse service.
If people get upset, they can just delete it. It's like, that's not the point. Stop bothering people. There's also, like, I've known a lot of people that have done, like, door-to-door salesmen and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, I find that just as annoying as, like, spam emails. But it works, and that's the sucky part.
Yeah.
I have a special samurai setting that I would love to be beautiful and uniform and feel like it needs rules written from scratch to make it work. I only have successfully drawn one thing for it so far. Gotcha. I mean, you can do a pretty good... 5e is great. Sagas is great. They're still working on their Kickstarter. I think it only has a few days left. Go check that out. But yeah, I think if you really just want Space Samurai, like, there's a lot of mechanics that would work for that just already. This is one piece from the setting, Elliot. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, Space Bunny Samurai. That sounds pretty cool. I think you could definitely get away with something like that. I suffer at drawing goblins for some reason, and I don't know why. I love them so much. I want to make them so derpy. And it doesn't translate well. The little potato sack bodies just never make sense when you actually draw them.
Yeah. I think for what you're wanting, like, you really have to how to say it? They don't work in 3 dimensions.
Yeah.
So you absolutely cannot try. They basically have to work like Mickey Mouse's ears.
When in doubt, look at the hentai artists. They do it the best.
They absolutely do. That very not safe for work artist that I shared with you the other day, that's definitely who I'm going to go to when I ever need to understand how to paint or draw viscous fluid.
Gross. We can go a little rounder here. Rounder here. There we go. Yeah, that's better. I want lots of jewelry. Do some Okay. How's the hair drawn? Very chunky. Okay.
Like Frank Frazetta, one solid shape of color, chunky.
Not that chunky. Actually, no, yeah, that chunky. It's basically just a silhouette. I made her a little too road beat here.
I'm curious, has anybody watched the new Wonka
Is that out?
in chat? I think so.
Who's starring that one?
I can't remember.
Charlemagne?
Chalamet?
Sure.
Timothy Chalamet?
Is that the what we're talking about?
I think so.
Or is there a new one?
That's I think that's the one that I'm talking about. I'm just getting a lot of things pushed in the algorithm for Wonka related stuff.
Interesting. New Project A
And,
uploading.
Yeah.
I know how that feels. Definitely know how that
I'm
feels.
I'm getting some really cool stuff. So I've gotten some music like analysis and breakdowns that have been really cool and interesting from musicians and music teachers. But they're mostly doing stuff about about the Gene Wilder Wonka.
Mm.
It's just made me kind of wonder, has anybody watched the new Wonka and is it any good?
Yep, I've not seen it yet. I skipped the Johnny Depp ones though, so
They were okay.
I tried to watch
honest-
the first one and I fell asleep, so I didn't give it a second try.
I think they had too much Johnny Depp and not enough of Charlie,
Ah,
of the kid who played Charlie. It's kind of how I feel, but
this new one's called Wonka, isn't it? It's like it's about him, or is it the same
Yeah.
story?
no, I believe it's about him.
Okay.
I believe it's about him before the events of the books. And I'm actually not even sure if it's a movie or a series.
Is a movie.
Cool. Hello, by the way, Corvus.
Welcome in.
Hi.
There's a new Final Fantasy patch out, so I gotta go do that. Hellcard just released. It just came out of early access. Should be fun. There's a lot of stuff to do. I gotta get my video finished.
Yep, same.
Groundhog Day.
Is there a new Groundhog's Day?
Oh, it is
No, I
February
said today
2nd.
is
Oh,
today is Groundhog's Day.
gotcha.
Ooh, that actually kind of reminds me. It's for February. Do you know what drawing prompt you want to do for donators?
Oh, no. I think we were talking about
Yeah, February.
February. Where we draw some
Herbaceous
pixies. Yeah, we could do pixies.
February is also Black History Month, right?
Yep. Happy Black History Month, everybody.
Let's not forget about all of the atrocities that have happened to American people, and let's not repeat them.
Don't forget to celebrate the good people as well.
Yeah.
I think I see both sides of that on the news all the time. It's just like people trying to look at Black History Month as a they're shunning everybody. It's like, this is supposed to celebrate people. Remember that part. Like, it's not just people being mad about stuff. That being said, don't forget that stuff. But
Don't forget the shitty things that we've done to other people.
But also celebrate the amazing and talented people of color that have brought amazing stuff to the United States. Please do both. Please do both. Can't have one without the other. I mean, like, if you only look at Black History Month as one of those things, like, you're missing out on history. So
yeah.
Demiplane Nexus. Impercassia? What is that?
That's a favorite druid.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
I was trying to get that out, but
Oliver, welcome in. Spirit Within 2? Are they doing a Spirit Within 2? I thought they were just re-releasing Spirits Within for like a month. I think they were putting it in theaters. Gene Wilder Wonka is the Heath Ledger Joker of the Chocolate Factory movies. Okay.
I agree. Oh, Corvus, this Imprecacia Fae from 2E is, one, a very high-level creature, and two, it's just a little Lepidoptera fairy.
I've been trying really hard to figure out how to scale down Pathfinder 2E monsters.
There's a button for it.
Well, there's a button to weaken it.
Yes.
To make it weak or elite.
Strength. Yeah.
Yeah. The problem is it's only a one-step thing in Foundry.
Yeah.
And it's, I don't think it works sometimes. So I've been fiddling with it, trying to figure out the actual mechanics behind it, because there is, like, in the book it has like a do this, and it's like, cool. I want to keep going. I want to keep weakening it.
And just go with a lower version. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean or anything. It's just like they probably made it for, like, this creature is made for this certain type of level, so maybe in that creature family go for a lower level.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. And that is.
Because sometimes there's, like, unique versions of them that are, like, really buff.
Right.
And then there are just, like, I don't know, thinking of Goblin, like the Goblin family. You got Goblins, Hobgoblins, Bugbears, and Barghasts.
Sure.
And it's just like, just pick whatever.
Barghasts are surprisingly weak in 2E.
Yeah.
Yes.
A direwolf, kick the shit out of a Barghast. I was like,
Which is surprising to me.
Yeah.
There are, like, higher level of Barghasts, though.
Okay. That might be what I need to look at then. Let's just find the upgraded.
Because I think that the basic one is one that's just gotten to the plane and hasn't eaten anything yet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they can become like a greater Barghast, right?
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Is a Barghast really lower than a level 3 creature?
I don't think so. I thought that they were level 4.
I think they
I was
are.
gonna say a direwolf is level 3.
Young template. He could be. Yeah, I'm not really worried about the templates. I'm trying to figure out the math behind it so I can manually do it. which I think is in the book. I was struggling with it the other day.
Yeah, base Barghast is level 4. The greater Barghast is level 7.
What level's a direwolf? Direwolf is level 3, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I upped one and downed the other.
Possibly.
I threw a Barghast and a direwolf at my players, and they murdered the Barghast, and then one of them died to the direwolf. And I was just like,
What level are they?
4. They're level 4.
Okay. Because, like, a dire wolf is, like, only has, like, 50 HP.
Yeah.
And, like, what's the AC? AC of 18.
In our fight with the Barghast, I was surprised that you didn't use any of its innate magic.
Its innate magic is, like, control and... it can teleport, like it can do dimensional door once per day, and it can use
self-only. It can use blink and levitate at will.
Right.
Blink is pretty good. Gain resistance 5 to all damage except force.
I'll have to look that one up. I didn't use that one. I used I think I used the teleportation one.
Yeah. Blink also lets you, when you sustain the spell, on your turn, you vanish and you can reappear anywhere within 10 feet.
Nice. Yeah, I missed that completely. That's weird.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm about done with this goblin. Wolf Gobbo.
I'm pretty sure that the blink at will is probably the reason that the Barghast is considered as strong as it is. So if you weren't using it and your players just bodied the poor thing and then had problems with the direwolf, it's probably because the direwolf is meant to just be like a tanky, super strong creature. The Barghast is meant to be played a little bit more.
Blink at will. Yeah, I did miss that.
Yeah, meant to be played a little bit more. What's the term?
At the end of your turn, you vanish and repeat as above.
Tactically, that's the term.
Acid sneakily.
That, yeah.
Direwolves are not firewolves.
You could make a fiery direwolf.
So, my internet sucks, and I apologize. And every time somebody asks me if the YouTube is crapping out, it makes me feel worse because I can't do anything about it. So, I don't know, and I'm sorry. And so, I cannot get fiber internet. If I ever can, I will. If you know anybody that works at Comcast and you want to tell them to fix their shit, please do so in a very polite way. But yeah, I don't know. I would try restarting your stream, and after that, maybe we'll do something else. Maybe I won't live stream as much anymore. I don't know. We got to figure it out.
Yeah.
But it is super frustrating. Okay, I think I'm done with this. I'm gonna move on to the next one. Wolf Goblin. Dum 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 dum. It says we have an excellent connection, so yeah, I don't know. The stream is healthy. Okay, rolling some dice. I drew that one.
This is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
It's a monopoly, of course it is.
I rolled a 20. What did I roll the first time, actually? I don't remember. It was high. I think I rolled 18, 19, 20 in a row just now. Which I don't have that many, so. And now I rolled a 1. Okay. A blind Asimar samurai monk wielding a lightning katana. That sounds pretty cool.
That does sound pretty cool.
that a dire rat? That is a huge rat. For a very tiny
It's not
stick.
a rat. It's a possum.
Oh.
And it's huge.
It is a huge possum? Okay.
Yep.
Is it eating like a...
I think it's like maybe eating an onkeg.
I was going to say onkeg or like Umber Hulk spine. That's terrifying.
Yes, we need more giant opossums to get rid of the vermin. Do you know how many giant ticks they can eat in a season?
That's a good point. Are there giant ticks in...
Oh, I hope not.
There are giant ticks in Pathfinder.
Well, there you go.
Ripley's will sometimes train them as mounts.
Jesus.
Train, yeah.
Poing.
Or giant fleas.
Giant fleas, I like better than giant ticks. First of all, ticks are
Same.
not particularly fast or strong or smart. And they're super gross looking arachnids.
The way
Fleas
that
at
they
least jump really
lay eggs would either have to happen in a forest or on like a giant creature, and that's terrifying to me.
Yeah.
Not here. Had to hard start had to hard restart YouTube. Okay, is it working now though, Elliot? Because yeah, there's literally nothing I can do on my end if there's not. But if people keep, yeah, I guess it might be good if people tell me, because then I can yell at Comcast and be like, hey, you guys are skeezing up my stuff.
Have you tried going online and seeing what the problem is wrong?
Oh yeah, man.
Oh.
This morning I lost my shit. I screamed at the phone a little bit.
Good.
Because the computer would not bring me to a person. I'm like, I just want to talk to a person. I just want to talk to a person. Like, no, we can help you. I'm like, you can't help me. You're a robot, and I've already talked to you, and you just keep walking me in a circle. I want to talk to a person, and it's like, nah, you're good. And then it's like, okay, to talk to a person, first we need to reset your modem. So we're going to do that. And then it's like, now that we've reset your modem, people can't help you, so we're just going to hang up. It's like, cool, thanks. And I was very upset.
That's why robots are evil.
I can hear you rather than every fifth syllable. Okay, so it was just YouTube, I hope. I mean, I don't think robots are inherently evil, just to, like, not be pedantic, but, like, actually on that line of conversation. But the way they are being used is super evil.
Yeah.
I want to put the rage in the right place with the people that work at Comcast.
Who?
People
I don't know.
people that run Comcast.
Yeah. That's fair. Like, yeah, the technicians, it's not their fault. Unless it is their fault. I don't know, but I doubt it.
Unless they're lazy technicians who don't want to do their job.
Yeah.
Look, I guarantee their jobs are shitty enough that they don't want to do it. They probably are also totally screwed over by the company.
Almost likely.
I've had really good experience with Comcast technicians, but I do think most of the time they come to my house to fix stuff, they're just like, why the fuck did the last guy do this? What the hell? And I'm like, I don't know, man. Because I had one guy just put the wrong equipment on my side of my house, and it worked for like a month, and then I had to have another guy come out and replace it completely because the first guy just did the wrong thing. And he's like, well, you're not going to get charged because, you know, we fucked up. But the first guy was real nice. But why? Just why? Asked for Comcat ways the other day. My answer was a crappy employer. Gotcha. Yep. Rage on behalf of the machine. Yeah, treat the robots better.
We love the company. I've been watching Markiplier and friends play Lethal Company.
It's such a good iteration on the genre.
Yeah.
It's just kind of a bad game.
No, yeah, absolutely. I've made that argument.
Yeah.
on here before.
I will play that game if people want to play that game because it's fun.
I legit have no idea what y'all are talking about.
Oh man,
Lethal Company.
Lethal
It's
Company.
the next Among Us.
that
I
so,
never played
so that I don't.
it.
It's actually the next. Oh shoot, what's it called? It's the stupid ghost game.
Phasmophobia.
It's the next Phasmophobia, but everyone refers to it as the next Among Us, and it's like that's not right though. Like, that's not the right genre. The only thing it does have going for it is that it has like open speak.
Open mic.
Yeah, open mic.
I agree with you. I don't think anybody's saying that it's the next.
Okay.
The next.
Mafia game.
Yeah, I think that they're. I don't think they're comparing genres. I think they're comparing place in cultural zeitgeist.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Like how popular it's becoming among friends.
Yeah.
I could buy that.
This is the next game that everybody who plays stupid games in a big group is playing in a big group.
Okay, I will buy that.
But not, yeah, you're absolutely right. It is 100% not the correct genre to be compared with Among Us.
I had a few people tell me that like, oh, it's like Among Us, and then I looked at it and I'm like, this is not like Among Us at all. The fuck are you talking about?
Oh yeah,
These are very different games.
unless you're playing a different game mode.
That would be interesting.
Are they playing to intentionally screw over the other players?
Oh, I hope not.
Because you absolutely could do that, but the game is like
Party games
hard.
is their own genre. Okay.
The game is hard enough on its own that you really don't need to go out of your way to hurt your friends in order for it to be brutally hilarious.
I should probably just start modding games. Just for one, practice, and two, to like really get the game thing I want out of it.
Yeah. That's what I thought about Minecraft, and then I realized I would have to learn JavaScript, and tried that and was like, oh, maybe I'm going to put that on the back burner.
I was going to say Java is actually not too bad to learn. But that might just be because I have a background of coding anyway, so it's like...
Yeah.
I already have
I'm sure it would not be difficult for you, but as somebody who has difficulty with languages as it is, and who's never been good with computers, it feels pretty insurmountable to me.
Sure, that makes sense.
Actually, that's probably not the right word. It feels like a chore to me.
That I can definitely understand.
Alright, I want to finish this up quickly. I'm getting tired. I like all the shapiness I've got. I like some of the painterly stuff I got going on. But I'm getting tired.
Tired in general or tired drawing bug?
Tired of drawing bug.
Alright.
Tired of trying to finagle this color palette, which is actually pretty difficult.
I want to draw this katana, but I think I need to shrink this, I guess? We love the company. Markiplier's funny dude. I love Bob and Wade.
Yeah.
But I cannot watch their content.
No, me neither.
I don't know if it's the editing or what. Like Mark is the glue that makes me love them.
Yeah, I very much need all of them together in a package.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. I guess I don't watch too much just Mark content either. I like the three of them.
Yeah. I have almost never laughed as hard as I did for their the last time they played Raft together.
Raft was pretty good. Have you ever played Raft?
Yeah, I have it.
I played that game for a while, and then we realized that there was a story mode to it. And it killed the game for me.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just like, then we had this like weird goal, and it was like, this isn't as fun anymore.
Yeah.
I like just trying to live.
I tend to agree with you. There's a lot that I like about Raft as well, but like, I think I think they were a little bit too strict about the durability of items.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good.
I think everything breaks too quickly, and so you're always having to backtrack to remake all of your stuff constantly.
Yeah. Like there was a lot of times when like I want to move forward and try to build a thing, but then you have to like just having the hooks breaking. I think was a bad idea. The hook is so important to function that it's just like I don't want to swim off this boat ever again. Like,
yeah, 100%. And also every inventory needs to be larger because inventory, like impossible inventory management, is not a good game mechanic.
Gotcha.
That's just frustrating. As somebody who plays Minecraft, which also has massive inventory management issues, and Raft is like twice as bad as that. Like it's, I have to be in the right mood to play Raft.
Yeah.
No,
I think the shark was a good idea too.
Yeah, I agree.
Actually deleted and rewrote my prompt for this week so that I could do the savage species suggestion I told you I would do. When did you do that? Because I have not checked it since Wednesday.
Yeah. The list did not get updated.
And if you change it, I guess I can look and see specifically. Okay, hold on. I gotta go dig. I don't keep people's names on the suggestion list because it feels cheat. It's like cheating to me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I will have to do that. I'll do that next time I switch back to the... You did it same day. Oh, okay. Well, then it should be fine.
If it gets rolled and it's the wrong one, let us know.
Yeah. Got that salt today. Today's a good day to be salty, though. Just like for all the shit. Yeah. So for Lars's birthday, I made him some custom Magic cards. Yeah, and he was like, "Can I buy more of those from you?" I'm like, "Yeah, I guess so if you want." So I printed them off a whole bunch more, and I tried to mail them this morning. But when I went to mail it, my printer's like, "We're out of yellow ink." It's like, who the fuck cares? I'm printing black and white. And it's like, nah, we're not going to print until we have yellow ink. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I have to mail this. I have to print this label. And it's like, nah, you should go buy yellow ink. And I'm like, you piece of crap. So I fought my computer for like 30 minutes trying to get it to actually print. I had to do the whole tape thing where you like trick the printer into thinking it has ink.
Yeah.
And it finally printed my black and white label. Yeah. I went on the internet. I'm like, I want what is it like? What printers companies aren't scams? And it's like the computer didn't understand what I was asking. It's like, here's the best printers in 2023. I'm like, no. Which ones aren't scams? Like, which ones are the best? And essentially, I have to buy like a professional printer if I want to not fiddle with that shit anymore. But it's now a Raptor instead of a Valkyrie. Gotcha. Okay. Which that could be something that we invest in. And then I could start sending prints to the Patreon members again. So maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll add a Patreon reward system for like $10 and up. And if we get $300 or something, then I can invest in an actual big printer. One of the ones with toner and shit, so I can actually like just pour it in the bucket instead of having to buy crappy cartridges.
You hear about 5 people sitting in the chat to go sign for Rook's Patreon. Now, give them your money.
Everybody give me money.
Help them out.
No. I think the biggest problem with that, like especially with one of the reasons I don't promote the Patreon that much is because I do feel like people feel obligated to do so. It's like, It always feels weird. I guess that's right. The Art of Asking, though, right? I have to. Yeah. I need to reread that book.
You just gotta take a page out of PBS.
That's true. Book. Yeah.
Just be like, I'm gonna be here making stuff. If you appreciate it, then consider donating what you can.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest thing for me is like, I love that model. I think it's great. I'm totally appreciative to all the people who are Patreon members or are like YouTube members, or have just commissioned me, right? Because like commissioning me pays for stuff. The problem is like it's really hard for me to be like, oh, I should go buy a $400 or $500 printer in the hopes that people will want me to use it. And so it's just like, I like having the money first, and that's a big ask, because then it's basically like, hey, do you guys want to invest money into me? And I promise to do cool stuff. And it's like, yeah, that sounds like a scam. So I totally get both sides. All right, I think I
promise. Rick is not a scam artist.
I'm not a scam artist.
He's not that clever.
I'm just mildly incompetent.
I will say that that model of help me raise the money so I can do the thing that I want and not be in debt. Like, I'm not gonna help me have the money to buy the thing in full. I like that. If I can trust the person who's asking for the money, I like that model better than the this is what I'm going to do. I'm taking out a loan right now, and you guys are responsible for helping me pay it off.
Yep. I was watching, I think, Philip DeFranco last night, and they were talking about like the death of podcasting, which is really just the death of Spotify, because Spotify decided to take out huge chunks of money for, what if we give Joe Rogan $250 million a year? That won't bite us in the ass.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, so they're dealing with that, but like Eternal Order challenge for the secret Zote title menu theme. I don't know enough about Hollow Knight to know what that means. Is the Eternal Order challenge, is that like a boss fight? Or are you fighting the title menu? Because that'd be funny. Venture capital versus subscriptions are the entire thing. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to look at it.
Venture capitalists. Oh.
Venture capitalism is it venture capitalist? I think is one of my most played games on Steam. I was looking at that and I was like, how did I put that many hours into that game? And then I remembered, like, oh yeah, I would just turn that on and then leave for like a week.
It's just, I hear people talk about it some days, and it's just like, it is now what the tech pros are. It's just like,
oh
I'm
yeah,
a venture capitalist.
Yep.
I'm just like, sounds like you just.
I try gambly things with other people's money.
Yep.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Guy who did like what FDS or whatever it's called,
Bankman-Fried or whatever the hell his name is.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's basically what the crypto scene is right now. Is just like convince people to give us money. Fuck off with it. Like that's just...
Yep.
Tech started back into the 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
Except for the crypto bros who are taking their decentralized currency and putting it in centralized locations,
which is so
funny
to me.
Stolen.
I love it. I love it so much. I'm totally fine with cryptocurrency as a currency. I have no problem with that. It's just like, it's super funny. The government can't get this. Are you going to pay taxes on that? Well.
Does the government recognize it as a legitimate currency?
Yeah, it's super weird.
As if not, then no.
Okay, I think I'm done with this one. I got a little weird with the color, but sometimes I feel like you got to do that to make things look like ASMRs.
Yeah.
You got to give them the stained glass treatment.
English.
Yeah, 100%. ASMRs got to be super saturated.
I grew up super Catholic, so like I'm very used to stained glass windows. And I remember like going to other people's churches and like critiquing how their halos look. Like, why would they paint the halo like that? That's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. So.
Oh, so you, like me, have always been an art snob.
Oh yes.
Excellent.
Yep.
When I was living in Virginia, I worked basically for a private school, but also kind of extension by the church that was kind of sponsoring it. And I hated the windows in that church. They were green, just like way too much like dark, kind of weird marble-looking green glass. And I'm just like, I hate this so much. It's so dark and dim in here.
Bummer. There's a church in northern Idaho that I know that their crucifix was obviously done, I'm betting, by a local carpenter who probably didn't do it professionally. And I don't want to be like, that's bad, but it's funny looking. And it's like every time I saw it, I was just like, somebody, this is a passion project of somebody that didn't know what they were doing, and I kind of love it for that. But that's very much what it is. Like, I
like that better than the woman who tried to restore the old fresco of Jesus in Spain. Yep. And it just ended badly.
A Grunga monk who uses his legs as weapons and his robes made out of lily pads. The way that's worded is worrisome to me. Using your legs as weapons feels like they aren't attached to your body anymore. I don't know. But no, of course, I agree with you. Yeah, like that was a blatant.
Very much a passion project that someone should have not greenlit.
Yeah. But no, this is it's a great crucifix, and if I ever met the person who made it, I would talk to them about it. Like, not, I would like, because it's cool. It's cool that they made it. I couldn't make it as big as this thing was. But there's also the question of like, what do you think Jesus looks like? Let's talk about that a little bit, because it's just weird. But I love that kind of stuff with churches, especially the stained glass. Because like, yeah, sometimes like the one you posted, that was very simplistic. The church that I grew up in was all old hand cut glass.
Yep.
And it was super complicated, and it was just like, oh, these are great, and I loved them. And then I'd go to some other churches, and they were really just like cheap windows. And so it's like, huh, like there's just so many different ways to have them made.
I just like this this stained glass window because it looks like Mary's giving Jesus a handy.
Oh, I missed that part. That's funny.
I apologize for my irreverence. It's just extremely funny to me.
And yeah, Elliot, I do think I think it's just going to be like a kickboxer frog, but the wording makes me think that they're wielding the legs like clubs.
That puts me in mind of. That feels like it would be a Monty Python sketch to me.
Sure.
Actually, is that a Naked Gun sketch? Kind of. No. Naked Gun joke.
What was that guy's name? Leslie Nielsen? Is that
I think
right?
so. I don't know.
He's great.
I never knew for sure. He's very funny.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't really allowed to watch those movies. Some of my older siblings got away with it. I don't know how.
I convinced my parents to rent one once when I was very young. And we got like halfway through the movie. My dad was like, nope. Just turned it off. And I was like, oh. I keep watching. It's funny.
Yeah, my brother brought home Airplane one day.
Mm-hmm.
And my parents did not watch it with anybody. And so it was just kind of convinced. The older kids were convinced that it was fine for them to watch it, but nobody else could.
No, I've been nervous lots of times. Grung are not... What are grungs supposed to be?
I think they're supposed to be.
Are they also
toads.
dart frogs? Or they're toads? That's kind of what I was thinking. Because, like, the Gripply are dart frogs. Like,
Yeah.
100%.
They're very cute.
Yeah.
Grung have always been kind of nasty looking to me.
I like that. I like that shape. A little more lumpy than... I have an idea. Now that I've drawn a giant penis.
Everything starts as a penis.
Yep. I think YouTube auto-flagged me drawing a penis. And then I had to, like... I'm like, please review this by a person. And then within, like, 20 minutes, it was like, you're fine. And it came, and it unflagged me. It's like, yeah, okay. Cursed robots. Kermit the Frog here. Ah! As much as I love the Muppets, I just can't do the voices. Not my thing.
Yeah, no, they're pretty difficult to do, to pull off.
here's what we're gonna do. Gonna delete that layer. We're gonna try again. I kind of like the grung have this weird a lot of the art. I don't know who does the art for them, but they basically give make the hands like kind of this flipper type thing.
Yeah.
And they all have that in the official art. So maybe that is why they're more toady. But they constantly hide how the arms are attached to the body. Also a lot more round. And then they have really short legs, which we're going to go. We're going to Jean-Claude Van Damme this guy.
Legs of steel.
Mm-hmm.
Some also have like weird teeth, which is kind of unnerving.
I haven't seen that. I have not seen the grung with teeth.
I think I have. That sounds familiar to me. Probably from research when I was doing, when I was trying to figure out how to draw my frog boys.
Did you ever see Kung Fu Hustle?
I don't think so.
I highly recommend it. It's funny. It's good. One of the guys is a... Oh, what is he? He's not... Is it the baker? One of them has a whole bunch of rings. Like...
He is the tailor.
He's the tailor. Okay. Yeah, because the baker's the one with the bow staff. Yeah, the tailor has a whole bunch of like metal rings that he just has on his arms. I love that as a weapon. It's so cool. I think I'm gonna do that for his legs here. He's just gonna have like a bunch of gold rings around his leg. But I dig that movie. What's the other one? Shaolin Soccer. That one's also really good. It's the same people. Love me a good kung fu movie, and I love funny kung fu movies even more.
I like the guys who use the
Shamisen?
instrument. Well, it's a zither, not shamisen.
You're right. Yeah.
and just sends out like
Sound
Blades.
blades. Yeah.
yeah. There you go. There's the grung with the teeth on the far left.
All right. Yeah, that's not necessary. I was thinking about throwing some tooth fairies at my players. And I was like, tooth fairies are kind of disturbing. Maybe I should check if that's okay with them first. Kermit the Frog here.
Oh shit, it's
Let
Friday.
me help you with that.
I gotta get prepared for our game tomorrow.
Are we in the middle of a fight? I can't remember.
No. We finished the fight, got some information.
Demons, right?
Yeah. Your prisoners are trapped in a dream. Ochre is running around trying to close all of the portals. And generally people are trying to get the fuck out.
Except for Ogre.
Hey, the man knows he's got his priorities set. He knows what he wants, what he thinks is expected of him, and he's doing it.
I'll fisticuffs with that demon. I don't give a shit.
Good luck storming the castle.
Hooray! My bitrate is awful now.
How dare they?
Yep. I'd just like to point out the absurdity of the Battletoads. Even though I love them.
Battletoads?
Yeah.
What Battletoads?
Oh no.
The video game.
Imagine Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but they're frogs and they're made out of rubber.
Okay.
Yep, that's it. It's the Battletoads. It's a beat-em-up game, but you play as...
Toads.
Yeah. Space Toads.
How old is this game?
NES, right?
Yeah.
Or
It came,
Su-
no, it was on the
Super
NES.
Nintendo?
No, there was one on the NES. There was one on the Virtual Boy. I don't know if there... I think there was one on the SNES.
Yeah, that's probably why.
It was a great game. It was awesome.
I would have been a baby probably when it came out.
There was one for there's two for the Super Nintendo, and I think the second one was Battletoads and Double Dragons. So like, yeah,
I kind of hate it.
it's great.
It's like, oh god, Rambo meets the Honey Snap mascot cereal. Tell me I'm wrong.
I mean, yeah, I can
No,
see that.
you're correct.
I'm not even sure if he's even a frog. I think he's supposed to be a lizard.
Doesn't change the fact that a lot of people on the internet have made some really good and some really, really horny art of them. So
You know, I didn't think about that, but fair. Do you remember the game Trojan? I don't. What was it about? Came out in '93, apparently.
Yeah, Lou was just born.
There you go. Trojan. Sounds familiar.
Road. Yeah, that one's beyond me.
There's a whole bunch of games that existed that I like grew up seeing because like when games were to buy when I was little, you had to buy a box of the PC game, right? So
Yeah.
Regardless of if it was on a floppy disk or a CD, it was a huge box, and so these stores would just have too many of them, and they would just go in bargain bins, and you would see the same thing, like Mavis Bacon's Geography or whatever the hell it is, just forever. So it was like Double Dragons, but you had a sword and a shield. Interesting. No, I didn't see that. Double Dragons was so hard, but I loved how weird the movie was. Yeah, the movie was pretty strange.
Yeah. I haven't thought of Double Dragons in so long. The 90s really was a wild time for masculinity, wasn't it?
Yep.
You had that weird shark gang show.
Street Sharks, yeah. They weren't a gang, they were brothers.
You're thinking of Biker Mice from Mars that was a gang.
Yeah.
I guess.
They were a biker gang from Mars that had space bikes. I didn't have a Nintendo until I was 7. Yeah, I didn't get a Nintendo until the PlayStation 1 came out. I bought it from one of my friends because he got a Sega, I think. And he's like, I don't want this old, stupid Nintendo. And I'm like, I'll give you $10. And he's like, take it. And I was like, sweet. His family probably wasn't too happy, but I got a Nintendo out of it, so I don't care. His affluence is my benefit.
Can't be worse than my little brother giving away my Nintendo DS for a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Yeah.
Oof.
Were they worth any money?
Hell no. Half of them were fake.
Oh. Yep, that's a bad deal.
Yeah.
Yep. He did it while I was unaware of it, obviously. Like, I think I was away. And it's just like...
So did he get in trouble for stealing and hawking your stuff?
He gave the cards back and got the DS back.
Okay.
So
That's something.
Alright, I think I'm done with this frog, man. Next. 3. A kobold mechanic in a sequenced sparkly overalls? Okay.
A pretty terrible thing to do to a article of clothing that is meant specifically for work gear or for whatever.
It was extreme with a capital X.
Fashion is stupid.
Yeah. What's the difference between sequins and rhinestones?
sequence is little flat things.
Yeah, sequins are little reflective plastic satellite dishes.
Mm-hmm.
Rhinestones are, I think, glass, fake diamonds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Think you want to be a rhinestone cowboy?
I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking about. Which makes me wonder if those aren't basically the same thing.
They kind of accomplish the same thing.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just sequins tends to be like a full sheet of fabric.
And rhinestones are bedazzle a spot.
Yeah.
Or a patch. Yeah.
Bedazzling is rhinestones, if that helps.
Well, that's okay.
I don't think that helped. Sorry.
No, I know exactly what you guys are talking about, but like,
Okay.
I think the intent is the same.
Oh yeah.
So.
Yes, 100%. Two different methods to the same end.
Battletoads and then the glitter. I guess I've always thought of sequins being sewn on the way that rhinestones are. And so it's just like, I always kind of just conflate those two as the exact same thing.
Sure.
So.
Alright, I'm finally ready for a prompt.
Go ahead and roll me something.
9.
Plasmoid baseball-themed fighter artificer.
Baseball playing science slime?
Yep, that's it. Brian, how are you today, by the way?
Let's see. How do I want to make a plasmoid into an artificer? I suppose I could give them a robotic internal skeleton.
Good. Or just stick a baseball bat in them. Please send your feedback on how we helped you solve your problem. Xfinity. 0. Send.
You didn't. Fuck you. Oh, Bri is plotting the destruction of his enemies, he says.
Good for you. Always support your friends in their endeavors.
Ooh, I just remembered the villainous ink from Batman Beyond. That's such a good plasmoid design.
Solid black.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, don't do that to ferrets. Not unless you're giving them to somebody. Thinking of giving the ferrets espresso and timing how long until the brains melt.
Sounds like a PhD thesis right there.
It's not real ferrets. Just to clarify so no one calls animal control.
So my argument still stands. that premise. It's like, let's give rats LSD and see what happens. Let's give spiders cocaine, see how that affects their webs.
So I had one of my I can't remember what it's called. Committee members for my master's thesis. Taught biology, and his area of expertise was like fish studies, which is something I was dealing with too. Was like dealing with information about that. But he was telling me about like every year he has to deny people wanting to just do weird shit to fish. And it's just like, it's like you have to be able to write a paper to explain why and how you're going to do this that isn't just batshit insane and people don't understand that. They're like, I don't know, give me 50,000 fish and I'll just throw shit at them. It's like, that's not how this works. That's not how this works at all. What is wrong with you guys? So, yeah.
Do you want to become Victor Frankenstein? Because that's how you become Victor Frankenstein.
People think that like scientists run amok all the time, and it's like scientists, like, sure, there might be some that run amok, but like scientists don't want people running amok with science. Like, that's bad.
Yeah.
It's very bad. That's why we have so many like regulations and use cases.
That's actually why Frankenstein reads as realistic to me, is because
He got kicked out of
Frankenstein
the
is not a
community.
doctor. He's a med student.
He
Who
never
was like,
finished.
Yeah, exactly.
He got ostracized, I think, right? And like kicked out of the university.
Yes. So he got kicked out of the university because his ideas were too dangerous and unethical. And so he said, fuck this, I'm going to do it anyway. Went grave robbing and built himself a creature. Named it Adam because he was literally having a god complex. This was going to be the new version of man. And then when it came to life, he freaked out so much that he abandoned it to live a horrible life.
Frankenstein was
Yeah,
just
but
trying
that
to
had like yellow eyes.
Yes.
Frankenstein was just trying to use spare parts that weren't going to waste. Yep. Reduce, reuse, reanimate. That's how we go.
Yeah, the problem, Bri, is that he was stealing those parts.
I mean, he was just doing what most med students did during the day.
Okay.
What was the... I was just watching something that was talking about grave robbers. I can't remember what it was. Doesn't matter. Just learned about body farms the other day. Yeah, those are pretty creepy, aren't they?
Yeah, I know my few friends who were in the nursing school, like in high school. They went on like an overnight trip to one.
Why overnight?
Because it was out of state.
Okay. We have to be here at dinner. Otherwise, Would you rather go take them fresh, cut one heart, and everyone goes, everyone's going to get annoyed? Yeah. I may well be technologically incompetent, but HP printers are useless. It just can't be me. Oh no, you missed the whole rant I made earlier about printers in general. Yeah, they're all scams. It's very frustrating.
If it's cheaper to buy a new thing rather than
Refill the ink.
pay to refill the ink, than to buy the necessary materials to run the thing, it's 100% a scam.
Yep.
And Brian, to answer your question, no, I would not rather he go and take fresh hearts from people, because that's still stealing other people's organs.
You could buy them.
Does
from
not
them.
address the base problem. If he was growing the organs naturally in test tubes and then making his creature from them, then that would be slightly less problematic.
Except, oh man, I don't want to get into this.
Moving swiftly on then.
I once got into an argument with someone, and they're like, "Are you arguing for eugenics?" I'm like, "No, I'm not, but I can totally understand where that's coming from." like the ethical ramifications of just of any kind of like genetic editing or like body harvesting. Like, there's always some way someone can fuck it up and make it evil. It's just, it's too complicated of a thing.
And baseball poses are wild.
Yeah. I have a graveyard of 10 old printers. It's just cheaper to get a new one with ink. Yeah. There's a handful of places online that you can buy ink cartridges for like $3. And it's amazing, and I love it because they're basically just like, hey, see that printer? Fuck them. Here's here's a cheap version of their ink, and it's like, yes. But a lot of printers are starting to like basically make it so you can't do that, and it's like that proves your corruption. Like, if that's what you have to do, like that's pretty weird.
Yeah. This kind of reminds me though, like the long-running gag about McDonald's that the McFlurry machine is always down.
Yep.
Yep.
So there's a weird thing about that. The reason they all went down around the same time is because the company that McDonald's hired to make the McFlurry basically made it where you couldn't fix them without calling them.
Yep.
I was like, gross.
Yeah, it's super scummy.
Not saying McDonald's is better, but that company is just really bad.
Anti-right to repair stuff is super shitty.
Fixing Cadillacs and Buick Parks, yeah, same thing. It's really, really shady. Which is why I love Android phones and Toyotas. It's great. Toyota does something else really annoying. What they'll do, Toyota uses like super arbitrarily shaped things, like clips and pins, and they're like, buy our tiny little fork, and it's like, this thing costs $2. It's like, yeah, but you need it. It's just like, you sons of bitches. It's completely accessible to anybody that wants to do it. It's like, then why even do it? Just let people use a screwdriver. Like, what the hell are you doing? And they're like, no. You need this $2 fork. It's like, it's super frustrating. But have you thought about fork yet?
What's the company? Adam Savage talks about them occasionally. They make tools to basically bypass the right to repair bullshit that companies like John Deere and Apple pull.
I have an iFixit kit, which is kind of like that. It's just like, we bought all of the Apple tools you need, or like an Apple repair service would have, and we put them in this kit, and it's like, sweet. So that's very nice. That was a Christmas gift I got. Would recommend.
That's pretty cool.
I'm trying to use it currently to fix my microphone, but I had to order a new USB port to solder on. Lexmark, I think, stopped back ink. Stopped back ink?
That cheap ink company?
Oh, did they stop it? Ah, okay. Yeah, I want to buy a printer from a company that will let me pour maple syrup into the printing jets if I want. I knew a guy when I worked at the university that would he was in charge of one of the labs, and he would have 3 or 4 different machines set up for people to like do that kind of stuff. He's just like, yeah, once it runs out, the warranty's gone. we can do whatever the hell we want with it. And it's just like, ooh. And like they came up with a lot of really cool printing, like 3D printing stuff, because and laser cutting processes that they could only really do because they basically started like Frankensteining the machines. So that was pretty cool. My dad sold auto parts growing up. He often helped expedite the cheaper repairs for everyone except people with unfortunate attitudes. How funny. I told them I felt like they were scamming me and they stopped talking to me. That's weird. I think I'm done with this guy. I'll move on to the next one.
Nose. Cut the communication.
A goblin the size of a stool. Stools are varying in sizes, so I'm a little confused about that. A normal-sized goblin? Question mark? Dressed in fine fabrics, bardic attire, and wielding an ancient golden lyre. Is it sized for him? So many questions. Do I have to draw the stool for scale? I always want to draw the potato goblins, but I also want to draw goblins like Hufflove, and I'm always conflicted. Just want to draw short stacks. Leave me alone.
Sometimes I'm really surprised that you don't draw goblins like Pockets does.
Let me look that up.
It's Pockets with 3 S's. They're the ones that did the Kobold comic that we reference all the time.
Oh, yeah. The long-nosed little noodle goblins.
Yeah.
Goblin? What? Goblin? You're not a goblin. We're goblins. It must be something else.
Then what am I? There are creatures in the sky that could snatch us up. Safer to hold hands. They can't carry us all away at once.
It's beautiful. I've befouled it with my filthy hands! Between the size of a turd or a piece of furniture. What does fancy bardic clothes look like? That's the real question.
Dandelion.
Lyre's a harp, right?
Yeah. It's the Greek harp specifically.
Nah, I think we can do better than this.
That's a liar.
Okay, that's what I thought. Used car dealerships saved a lot of money when they treated my dad's people right. Ah, that's good. I would, if I could, buy a car right from Toyota. 100%. I hate car dealers.
Same. And car dealerships. They're just, ugh.
Yeah. I had a guy when I was trying to buy the RAV, like halfway through while we were talking about it, he's like, "Oh, those guys over there, like in that other room, they're trying to buy this car too." And I was just like, I wanted to punch him in the face. Because I was like, either A, you just lied to me, or B, you did that, and are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's also skeezy. Like, how dare you? How dare you, sir? I lost it.
I do find it odd that you like Toyotas. I'm not saying they're a bad company. It's just, I don't hear that too often from people.
I like good things, so yeah. that's really how that works.
And the ones made here in the United States are from my state. As we discussed about a month ago.
Which automatically makes them trash. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, that for some people that might be the case.
I'm a utilitarian. Like, I like shit that works, and Toyota is just stupid reliable when it comes to, like, I say this, they're stupid reliable when it comes to motors. They just had a huge recall because apparently after like 10 years, some of the airbags explode.
At least they didn't let it go unnoticed.
Yeah, I mean that's the big thing. Like they're I mean I've had the same Toyota truck I've owned it for 30 years, so it's great. It's old and falling apart, but it's still good. If I
You need
ever...
a little tiny ute.
A ute? What's a ute? What do you mean?
Little utility vehicle.
Oh.
It looks like a cart that's had like the back half just chopped off.
I almost, yeah. I was looking, apparently you can get those online for like $1,000, and I was just like, oh, I want that.
Want.
It's essentially just a golf cart with like a flatbed. And it's like, yes, yes, please. I would 100% drive one of these. I would look like a giant in it, but...
That's half the fun.
Yeah. Lottery ticket, $333 million. Part of me wants to just buy all the lottery tickets, and the other part of me wants to buy food. Which is unfortunate. My friend called me yesterday, and I think in response to that, and he was just like, "What would you do with $1 million?" I'm like, "Why did you win the lottery?" Because I'll take $1 million. I could do a lot with $1 million. I'd buy a new printer and a truck. Start a game company.
Also, Ute is not so much a brand, but like just a type of card. So
just a utility.
UTE.
They call them something else around here. I think they call them like they call them by they call them like Kleenex, you know. There's a specific brand of them that people refer to them
brand name
around here, and they just call all of them that, and it's like ugly. I mean, they're not great looking. I would definitely buy one of those if it looked like a warthog. I think there is a company that's making a Warthog from Halo.
I would not be surprised. In fact, I'm surprised that there are not more companies making shit that people really like from video games and movies.
The problem is people from video games don't go outside. Or like people that play video games don't go outside.
Sure, but like, do you remember the like super futuristic Honda from Minority Report?
Yeah. I think one company made one of those, right? Or that might have just been designed by a company.
Yeah, no, it was designed by a company, but like everybody that I knew was like, "Oh my gosh, a Honda that looks really good. I would totally buy that if they made that IRL. Like, that's the car I want."
Yep.
Ideally.
You would buy a tuk-tuk?
Solar powered tuk-tuk, hell yeah.
Which is just basically like a weirdly modified moped scooter.
Mm-hmm. I had a moped for a little while. Somebody at the church donated it to the church, and they were like, because I don't know what happened. They didn't want it. They gave it to the church, and the church is like, we can't actually have this or use this. Like, this is dangerous. We can't like let people ride it or anything. So they just sold it to my dad.
Okay.
Like, we'll sell it, and then we'll donate that money to the church. So my dad bought it, and like it had a governor on it, so you weren't allowed to go more than like 20 miles an hour on it. It was fun. It's a fun little moped. Yeah. Oh hell yeah. Is that street legal in the U.S.?
I doubt it.
I don't know.
I don't know how I'm going to make this Artificer-ish.
Oh, that's just a Hilux? Okay.
Yeah. Alex Chan.
Oh, yeah. Hilux for sure are. I thought you were talking about the
The little tuk-tuk?
yeah, the little tuk-tuk.
Which I think is specifically like the Indian name for them. I could be wrong.
Help me out here, chat. How do I make this this baseball boy into a Artificer?
Add a little Tesla coil to the baseball bat. Shock bat. I don't know the term. The thing, little dynamo things, or whatever they're called. Little tiers.
Jetpack, Bri. Yeah, I think.
I got distracted looking at Toyota trucks. Sorry.
I know for sure that in the U.S. anything under 25 cc's is like can be driven on residential streets, but is not like strictly street legal. But you also don't need a license to drive it. Anything over 25 cc's, you generally need a license.
There's a whole bunch of people on YouTube that buy like electric, tiny electric motorcycles and then put huge, like car engines on them, like the electric motors. Yeah,
Yep.
And like. It's really funny because like they're on YouTube and like cops will pull them over and they're like, "You were going like 75." They're like, no, this is an electric bike. That's impossible. And the cops are like, "All right, I guess you're right. Okay, that's fine." And then they're like, "Ha, idiots!" And it's like, you're gonna get arrested. Like you just recorded yourself committing a crime. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? And that's just it blows my mind.
Why can't you be normal?
Yeah. A Mega Man blaster that allows them to launch themselves. Like launch baseballs? If you have a self-propelled splat gun, wouldn't that just drop the gun? Like you'd only do it once.
Yeah, yeah. That's the same thing as putting yourself in a trebuchet and launching yourself. You only get one shot.
What if I hold on to the trebuchet? Then you explode or it explodes.
I mean, like trebuchets work. Theoretically, you could hang on to the netting, but like you're going to get like a back case of like whiplash and maybe a dislocated shoulder.
Okay,
Yeah.
so here's what happens if a trebuchet does not release its payload. If the item goes this way and comes up and around, it either A, smacks into the ground, breaking the arm, or doesn't smack into the ground, continues to go, and then the trebuchet might get launched in that direction. So it's very dangerous. I have tested this. It's very dangerous. Your latch has to be spot on. A TikTok is about 3,000. I can get on the Bright Watch. Did your phone autocorrect, or did you purposely excuse me, type TikTok? Because TikTok is a really funny way to say tuk-tuk. I really like that. You can go 40-ish downhill. Tuk-tuk. Okay. TikTok was really funny. I think that was... Travel around one of them TikToks. We've gotten into the goofy sketches today, which I think is okay. I'm gonna give him like a big old...
Also pretty happy that Plasmoid is definitely easier to paint than to draw.
Apparently Toyota's coming out with a electric pickup. I love my little truck, but it needs a lot of work.
You said it's like 20 years old, so...
No, it's 30 years
Probably.
old. It's
Oh.
it's a 30-year-old. It's older than you are. So yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, I mean a lot of old things are built to last better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a... I need to call my insurance company today. Man, this has been a weird week. It's been a weird week of just like...
Adulting?
No, like adulting being weird. Like I'm used to adulting, but like random things happening with the insurance company, random things happening with the internet company. Like I just keep having to call people and be like, "What the fuck is going on? Why is this different than the norm?" Maybe it's because it's a new year. Maybe there's something going on with that. Selling lemonade out of a tuk-tuk could actually sound pretty fun as a job.
Tang.
What's that?
You said maybe Tang as well.
Or maybe Tang. Orange lemonade.
I like Tang.
Who doesn't like zesty, sweet sugar water? Yeah, I grew up on Tang. Tang's great.
Red 40.
Is that what's in
Lake.
Tang?
What? It definitely used to be in Tang. That's the red food coloring that gave people cancer, right?
According to Critical Role, yes.
You saw that as well.
Yeah. I think the three of us see all the same things on the internet at this point.
Probably.
Possibly. I mean, that is why it's not like used anymore. Is like.
Oh, jeez, I don't want to be a strawberry. Talisman's great. California has some interesting concepts of what causes cancer. So
That's true.
as
California errs on the side of better safe than sorry.
yeah, and I would say excessively so. But yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because like finding a different food coloring is not hard.
No.
Yeah.
So very few things have ever been just like, well, we can't do that anymore because of these legislations. So I think that's fair. The problem does come up that with so much, you have to put a label on everything that has X values that can cause cancer. It's like apples. Apples have that much in it. Like, I don't know what to tell you at that point. It's too much. So adulting stay immature. That's fair. You say that. I still have to call the insurance company later today and the internet company. I'm one of them people that will always do my job, but I'm going to complain every step of the way. Every single step of the way. I'm done with this guy. I'm going to move on to the next one. It's my God-given right to complain. Skeletal amalgam in the vague shape of a spider. Well, that's kind of awesome. Kind of terrifying.
Think of what I threw at you one day.
Could be.
During the little zombie mission.
I don't remember the zombie mission. What was the zombie mission?
It was where I almost killed Dagon's character with like lightning bolts.
Oh, yeah. Skeletons.
I think you got closer to killing Jump Rope's character.
Oh, I did kill Jump Rope's character. Or are you talking about
No.
Corvus?
I'm talking about Corvus.
Okay.
Corvus, I think you got closer to killing Jump Rope's character. Farine, I think, only stayed up because of my magic interference.
Yep. It's not my intention to kill everyone.
Doing it wrong. I've had a lot of people not watch the my shorts but comment on them.
Yep.
And so there's a lot of people that get really mad at me about like, oh, you're one of those DMs that just blah 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 blah, you're an asshole DM, and I'm like, I don't think you actually watched the video.
Clearly not.
Don't really want to try to make a clockwork baseball bat. I'm still struggling figuring out how to make this look like an artificer. Maybe I won't bother. Maybe it'll just be baseball.
Amalgamations are kind of fun because you can basically just do whatever the hell you want with them. Nothing has to make any sense. Yeah, cat? Yeah? Okay. Do you want food or attention? What time is it?
At least I like it replying food.
No. No. I bet he has food right here. Let me look. Yeah, a little bit. Oh,
I want food, obviously. Who wants attention from you? I'm pretty sure I always think of cats as being bigger assholes than they actually are.
Depends on the cat.
Yeah.
It definitely does.
Orange cats are no more or no less intelligent than other cats.
I don't know about that.
Let's be honest, all cats in America are all the same species. They're all just short hairs. Or long hairs. It's just, there's no difference of color. I will die on this hill.
Pixel's pretty dumb.
Could just be due to inbreeding.
Maybe. He was a field cat. So, which I mean doesn't say it one way or the other, but he's just real dumb. Skip Cat is really smart, but he's just spoiled. I don't know where he went now. He just walked away. Alright.
It has been my experience personally that black and whites have generally been the smartest cats I've ever known. But I'm pulling from a pretty small sample size, so I'm not gonna try to exert absolute authority on that fact.
Endoskeleton that doubles as a tool set. That sounds like just put a wrench in him.
Yeah, I was thinking about an endoskeleton. That means having to basically draw a whole nother figure, so I've been trying not to.
Very fair.
Probably a good idea, though.
Boom, ba-da-dum. It's almost 2 o'clock here. I should probably go get more to drink. Yeah, I think I might do that. I might go fill up my water glass real quick. Hang tight, everybody. I'll be right back. And we'll finish whatever it is the hell I'm drawing right now. What's up, Steve Cat? Okay. Can Phasmoids contract a lycanthropy? No.
I would not think so.
They're not humanoids. So I don't think it would work that way. That being said, sure.
If you want.
Yeah. There's no reason you couldn't run your game like that, but as a general rule, I would say no. Because I think, at the same time, I think oozes should be immune to polymorph effects, which is essentially what lycanthropy is. It's a forced polymorph effect.
Yeah. I agree.
The moon comes out, turns into a wolf, and then just goes back into being its normal self.
I think it would be funnier and more interesting to be an ooze trying to convince your companions that you have lycanthropy, and like fake a painful transformation on the nights of the full moon, and then like pretend to just kind of go wild, trying to bite people, and then have them realize it's like being bitten by Jello.
Mm-hmm.
Go for like performance and deception.
Yeah.
I'm always a kind of a. I'm not a big fan of the Ublex, is that what they're called? Jubilex people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, I'm a person, but I'm also a slime. It's like, no, just be one of those, please. Like, because if you want to just be like a changeling or something that has more, like, seeing changes and stuff, that's great. But, like, as soon as you are that, you're not really an ooze anymore. Like, they're kind of diametrically opposed.
Yeah.
The thing is, also, weirdly enough, they're not a player race, so it's like, they're kind of like, I don't think they were ever meant to be used by players. So.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that wanted them. Just like a lot of people that want changelings as a race and stuff. And it's like, it's fine.
I kind of thought of them as like demon oozes.
Yeah. Because I like the cool things that oozes have, and polymorphing into a person just doesn't feel like it should be one to me, which is my argument. Because at that point, it negates all of the kind of issues that oozes have. One of which is being mindless, and the other one is being like not having a physical corporeal form that you can really control. So there's a new type of curse if it does. Something called Curse Shaper. Interesting. That could be cool. I turned you into a table. A were table.
An ooze gets bit by a mimic, proceeds to just shapeshift into random objects.
Just can't move. It just shifts into them.
It's like, dang it, no!
If you get polymorphed into a table, you're just a table. You're not a table person anymore. Just a table. Cursed. Bryce's ears perked up. Someone wanted to know the ramifications of cursing a slime or a gelatinous cube with lycanthropy. I don't think it would really have an effect.
And I agreed.
That being said, caustic werewolf sounds really cool.
Yeah, it does.
Like a werewolf that's just like dripping ooze all the time, or you could definitely do something with that. But I think that works because you are a humanoid first, and then you're gaining some ooze traits. Like acidic goo or whatever.
Yeah. There's a archetype that Pathfinder 2 has called the Ooze Morph. It's from a standalone adventure called The Slithering.
Okay.
Where there's this town where people are just like getting cursed and turned into ooze people.
Gross.
Like you gain, even though oozes are mindless, you gain like a sort of a like pseudo like communication with oozes. Like there's enough understanding between you and the ooze that it could like not attack you.
That could be interesting. I could see that, like, because there is something about the mindlessness of oozes that someone asked me once, like, oh, do oozes attack each other? And I'm like, kind of, but also not really, because they wouldn't.
Yeah.
Like, the trick of oozes is that people kind of bump into them, and if two oozes bumped into each other, yeah, they would just become one ooze. Like, it's like I don't know if one would eat the other. I think they would just merge. Yeah. And because they're mindless, it doesn't matter. And then if they like get bored and split apart, it also doesn't matter. You just have two oozes. I think the mindless thing is the thing that kind of is hard for people to wrap their head around. And if you do want to play one, like play a gelatinous cube or something, you definitely have to give them agency. You don't have to, but like, you know, they're a player character, so that goes back to like the whole I want to play chaotic, stupid character. It's like, it's gotta be fun for everybody. If you guys want a mindless ooze following you around, you want to like have it eat, just bring chicken with you. Like, come on. Stay here while we do stuff. It's like, okay. I have played characters like that in my games, so it is doable.
I've had a party that captured, because you know, like they specifically, or they were fighting black puddings, and they specifically went at them with slashing weapons to force them to divide until they were their smallest possible iteration, and then started catching them in bottles.
Funny.
In order to weaponize later.
Yep.
That is an item in 1E, I think,
Mm-hmm.
that alchemists can make. It's called like a bottle ooze.
Yep. You can do that in 5e too.
Yeah.
Because like that's the thing about oozes that I really enjoy is they're kind of nondescript. Like very rarely would I throw like a bunch of goblins and oozes at a player. Those goblins are gonna get eaten. Like 100%, they're just gonna get eaten.
Yep. I would have a bunch of goblins capture players and then throw the players into the ooze pit.
Yeah, I like the ooze pit. The ooze pit is good. Slime molds figure things out without having brains. They do, but, and here's the caveat. This comes from the biologist I talked to. What we personify as them figuring something out is really just it's random. They just do things at a certain speed, and when you speed that up, it looks like they're doing something intelligent. Yeah.
They don't actually have memory, consciousness, or cognizance.
Yeah, they're not making a choice to go one way or the other. They're essentially a small running program of extend in as many directions as possible in the easiest path possible, and as soon as food or moisture is found, everything is drawn to that. Yeah. So it's actually, there's a lot of really funny things you can do with slime molds, like paint pictures and stuff by exploiting that. I just read a post about, it's more trial and error. Yeah, it's not a binary system. It's a I can't remember what it's called, but it's more similar to how rudimentary AI do complex problem solving. Like you see the Mario like autocomplete levels. Basically, what it does is it just throws a Mario, and at a random point that the program is specified, it's like, I'll try jumping here. Did that further me in my progression? Yes or no? So that's it. I can't remember what it's called. There's a term for it though. Fuzzy logic. It's kind of like fuzzy logic. Man, I'll try to think about that. It's like intelligent. What was the precursor to AI? Algorithm? It's,
as far as I know, it's always been AI.
So the AI that we have right now still isn't technically AI.
Yeah.
But are the complex algorithms we're using are getting better and better and better. But they still can't make decisions by themselves. And so the original iterations of those things of like deep think and the other thing they used, whatever they used to do the human genome. That's what I'm thinking about. Like that's based around complex algorithms that life uses in a lot of situations.
Fibonacci sequence.
The Fibonacci sequence. Sacred numbers.
Pi only has applications when we're talking about figuring out stuff to make it look random, because it is the most irrational number.
Yeah, like the way that most things that derive random numbers work is they just pick a really big number.
Yep.
A lot of games in the past use the clock. They'll use an atomic clock so that it has like up to 1,000 different places, and then the calculations for the randomosity will be like, what time is it right now at the 100th position on the clock? Because that's just, it's so fast and fine-tuned that the only problem with that is you can still find... What is that? You guys hear this?
Yes.
Yep. That is very loud.
Pixel's just sitting in the other room under the table, screaming, and I looked at him and he went, oh. Yeah, computers still can't do random.
So do you remember? Yeah, do you remember the computer generated for Lord of the Rings and the Two Towers? The computer generated thing with the orcs when they're fleeing Orthanc, and there's like a specific computer generated CGI scene where all of the orc figures are they're completely computer generated.
Yeah.
And it looks a little bit janky, but they specifically used an algorithm that pulled from I don't think it was Fibonacci numbers, but I think that it used phi in the formula. And they specifically used that in order to derive an irrational set of numbers to do the animation.
Yeah, I think they used massive.
So that, yeah.
Which is
yeah. But it, like, they did that so that nothing looked like it was repeating, so that each character looked like it was moving individually, and that was a huge step of progression from anything that anybody had been able to do before. And I don't think we've actually gotten any better at it.
We have, yeah. World War Z used the same program, but it's amped up now.
Yeah.
And really, what that's doing is the reason that's able to. The reason that's able to work is because it's not just like, oh, the computer decided to make a bunch of people. What we said was make a box and make X number of boxes and place them in random locations. That right there, 20 years ago, would break your computer.
Yeah.
Your computer just wouldn't be able to comprehend it.
You basically needed the top of the line supercomputer in order to even have a chance at it.
Yeah, and then from there, each of those boxes gets broken down into generate an orc and put it on X frame, and that right there would have broken your computer 10 years ago. Like, so it's a massive. I think they're still using Massive for a lot of those large character sims, but Massive is a program that you could buy to do that kind of stuff with. That is essentially turning rigged character models into particles and then running the particle system. That's the easiest way to I hope you understood what I just said.
Yeah.
And so that was a big leap, because it was basically running separate instances of something and then seamlessly putting them together automatically. And I say automatically, but there's a lot more complexity with it. World War Z was one of the coolest because it picked one of those zombies that made the hero and animated individually. Yeah, and that was the next step from that, because even though the orcs looked really good, you couldn't really get really close to them because they were still low fidelity because it was shitty. But with World War Z, they added another layer on top of make this a hero zombie, and then we'll basically self-animate that one ourselves in the system, and then they'll all just blend together. There's a lot of really cool stuff to look at about World War Z, even though the movie was apparently garbage. So technically, it was a really cool movie. But yeah, ILM and Weta Workshop, they are top of the charts for a lot of that stuff. It's great.
Bonkers, nuts, crazy good.
I want to keep working on this, but I don't know what to do with it now. I feel like I should just paint it. It's a skeleton. We can add some white to it. Let's do that. I'll try to make some of these bones actually look like bones.
I've given a single mechanical arm endoskeleton.
Sure. Anyways, the thing you're talking about, using pi for their seed, is essentially what you're doing. Is like I said, with random numbers, even if you say hey, use a clock right now, there's only 6 different variations. Right? So then you go, okay, we'll use an atomic clock that'll give us up to the 100th position. So now at any given point, each time we input that number, there's a 5-digit seed we can use. Well, pi has infinite numbers. And so you can basically just say, what number are we using for our seed? And then you can crank that up. And it's calculate pi out to the nth number every single time. And it will keep giving you those huger... It's a bigger pool of random numbers to pick from. And yeah, so finding ways to have computers compute random numbers is Nobel Prize levels of shit. That's how, if you can find a better way to do it. And I think right now pi is good, but at the same time, it can always snap back to the same numbers. So they're trying to find series of numbers that don't have repeating numbers. And pi is just one of the ones that is huge. So
yeah. You basically have to use an irrational number for that.
Yeah.
And pi is good in a lot of ways, because it's I guess because everybody's familiar with it, right?
Yeah.
But the problem, one of the problems you run into with phi is there's
are you saying phi or pi?
I said phi. I'm talking about pi right now. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know what you're talking about with that. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying then.
No, before I was talking about phi.
What is that?
So phi is the golden ratio.
Oh. Okay. Got it.
It's 1 to 1.618.
Yeah.
And it's the most irrational number. It's basically the ultimate conclusion of the Fibonacci sequence.
It's a fractal.
Or Lucas numbers. Basically, yes. So pi is very interesting because it's also irrational, but it does a thing where there are points in pi where the numbers will the repetition, the sequence of numbers gets either really far apart and then it will come back close together and they'll be really close.
Mm-hmm.
So it
has a limit. It does have a
it has a limit. Functionally, it does not always look random.
Yeah.
Right. So it's great for deriving circles and things related to circles. Obviously, right? That is its basic function because that's what it describes. Fi is considered the most irrational number. So it has the best distribution of I guess numbers that make things look randomized.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings did use Massive. Yeah, if you want to learn more about that, you should check out some stuff about Massive. It's pretty neat.
Anyway, how are we doing on time? I'm spending a long time painting, and I'm just finished with this. I want to know if I got.
I'm gonna hang around until probably 4 today, just because I wanna start streaming a little longer.
Okay.
We gotta get some super chats. Get them super chats going.
Yeah. Well, I got one more in me.
Sure. Go for it.
It'll probably take me until 4 to finish it, but that's fine. Natural 1.
A gruff, bearded human artificer veteran who has acquired a knack for making weapons move and dance on their own. Bearded artificer.
So-
That is a sword dancer, I guess?
I guess.
Yeah.
Geppetto.
Cool. I can do that into the red territory.
Yeah, y'all just made my eyes glaze over.
Sorry. Science.
The only
Oh,
thing I
there's-
was gonna ask, like, I find it funny that when people complain that Spotify random shuffle wasn't random enough, so they
Mhm.
made it actually less random.
Yes.
Yeah. I have that problem
Uh,
with a couple different things. Like the Windows Media Player, if you hit the random button, it's got like 3 different randoms. Because it just has a really small pool. And so it's like there's a 25% chance that it's going to randomize to the exact same thing every time. And it's like that sucks.
Human pattern recognition is both a blessing and a curse. But yeah, truly random stuff we will tend to find patterns in. Because truly random things have a good chance of making bundles, right?
I saw an article the other day about this scientist who was the title of the article is you can play Doom on microbes. And what she's doing is essentially using an LED panel to render a frame of Doom, and it would make certain points of like E. coli grow more in the bright spots. And so then she said after 9 hours you can play Doom, but it renders at 9 hours a frame. So after you remove the light, then the E. coli has grown into the light map of the game, which is pretty funny.
That is very funny.
We just gotta find bacteria that can grow 30 frames a second. That would be awesome. Yeah, thank
That
you, Brian.
sounds dangerous to me.
Yep. It is super dangerous. Brian, it is, what are we, February? Thank you for the gifted sub. Do you want a sexy fairy or I'm trying to think of the word.
Derpy?
Yeah, with derpy, I guess.
Muscly?
Cherubic? What's the...
Cherubic.
Spicy fairy or drug fairy?
Give me one word. Oh, you want hag? All right, that's fair. Hag works. Hag is technically fae. I should probably just make them all derpy.
Probably. They are supposed to be just small, short drawings, right?
Mm-hmm. So maybe we'll make that a stipulation. whenever I draw hags, I want to do this. I want to just like. Corvus, I'm sorry. I can hear whatever you're watching. I don't know if that's important or not.
I can't do anything about that. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. As long as it's not
if
like.
I do, it's river monsters.
Okay.
If I turn it down, you all won't be able to hear me. Period. So.
That's fine. I just giving you a heads up in case it was like someone talking on the phone.
No.
Okay.
Or porn.
Behold my giant penis. We luckily haven't had any of that on the stream yet, which is good.
Yeah.
I have had other live stream situations where people will jump into the chat and just like blast very inappropriate stuff. And it's like, well, that's why we don't have that anymore.
I mean, I've said some, yeah.
Not on like.
I have said some not safe for work things for sure.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. I'm just talking about like. Yeah. Live TV and like having people call into stuff is wild.
Yes, it is.
I think I'm just gonna start putting masks on everything. Like, if we do this, I'm just gonna make weird masked things. It's a stick hag. Oh, Brian, you were talking about ooze. What was it? Ooze sorcerer. We got overcrowded by massive talk.
Yeah.
An ancestor of your bloodline is dissolved in ooze and resurrected. The bloodline contaminated together, creating a new sorcerer bloodline. That's pretty cool. I like that. You can also have an ooze familiar. I feel like you would still have to maintain your human form, but you would just like secrete ooze. I wimped out. River Monsters? Yeah, River Monsters is great. I highly suggest watching River Monsters.
It's about fishing up the gnarliest things in the world. In freshwater places. Obviously.
I have I don't know if it's because of the guy that like one of my art teachers for a long time was like this, or it was just because I grew up in Idaho. But like, I have a secret passion for fish art. But I hate fishing. Like, I just don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy going fishing.
Interesting. I enjoy fishing, but don't enjoy eating fish.
Dun, 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 dun. I went ice fishing once. That sounds about right.
Yeah. I do not like being cold.
It's hard to ice fish during the summer.
Yep. That's why I'm not going to go ice fishing.
But yes, I love fish art. So watching River Monsters is pretty cool. Even though like it's sensationalized TV. Like there's I have this fun game I like to play when I watch pseudo reality TV, which is this is more documentary than reality TV, but it's still in the same vein. And it's like, how long would this episode be if they didn't reuse clips?
Yeah.
And like Kitchen Nightmares and Kitchen Nightmares and Hell's Kitchen are really bad about that, but it was like those are the first shows that I noticed it. And so River Monsters will do that. They'll talk about something, go to commercial, come back, show you what they showed you before the commercial, and then talk about something else, and then show you it again, and then go back to commercial. It's just like, come on, show me cool stuff. But no, I love Jeremy Wade. I love that show. After about 30 minutes of ice fishing, I was like, yeah, fuck this. Plus with that show specifically, like I think there's only 1 or 2 episodes where he doesn't actually catch what he's trying to find.
Yeah.
And so
it's usually pretty successful.
It's pretty great, like for monster inspiration and stuff, because it's like I want to see giant fish, and it's like, yeah, cool, let's do it. Whereas a lot of other like other nature programs I have watched, they're like, we're going to find this giant shark, and then like 45 minutes in, they're like, turns out it might not exist. And it's like, this, okay, great. We found a baby of it. It's like, well, this feels like false advertising.
Real life mermaid.
Yeah. Probably manatee. It's like, God, I want to see the mermaid. That's why I'm here.
I will say, like,
Their documentary on mermaids they did.
What was the other one?
the megalodon are real and still alive.
Oh yeah, those are funny, but no. Jeremy Wade, I think, he might have done a Loch Ness monster one.
Yeah.
Where he talked about what it could have been. I kind of enjoyed that. So but that's.
Yeah, but I actually came away from that episode. I was working up to that. I enjoyed watching River Monsters while it was running, and but never bothered to take it seriously. And then during the Loch Ness Monster episode, I was like, okay, here we go. And then he came to a fairly reasonable conclusion, and I was like,
nice.
okay, yeah, cool. Thank you for not being the used to be about history channel.
I just realized that I've made this. Corvus, you were saying something. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Before.
I don't remember.
Okay. I tried to make this a hag, and really what I've done is I've created a hag that is probably being driven by one tiny gnome.
Gnomes are fake.
All right, there's the hag. Thank you, Bri.
I will say, you said you liked fish art.
Mm-hmm.
When I was working at the private school, that the art teacher would always do this project with, like, I guess like 3rd graders and up, or maybe all grades, where they would do fish prints.
Yeah, fish prints are really cool.
Based off, like, this thing. So, obviously they were never real fish. They were just like little rubber trout that they had.
Is that basically the same thing as a leaf
Yes.
print or leaf rubbing, but with fish?
But with fish, yeah.
Yep. So what you do is you'll take ink, roll it over or paint it over said fish, slap it on the paper.
Yep.
Gotcha.
All right, what was I doing? Rolling the dice. Here we go. Ooh, we're down with D12. We did a lot today. 1 again. I think that's 3 ones in a row. I think that means we just stopped the stream.
You do die.
You die. A true magical archer with a spectral bow.
That it?
That's it.
Okay. I was kind of expecting a bit more.
No.
The way that pause was.
Gyotaku. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of those around here. I love them. No race, no other functionality with it. Just bow.
Yep.
I do.
Oh, like,
I was gonna say it sounds like the Quincy guy.
Whatever. Ashita.
Is that his name? That sounds right.
Who's now Oiler's a bad guy? Maybe.
I mean, he started as a bad guy, and then I don't know.
No, he started as just an asshole.
I'm sorry. He lured dangerous
Yeah.
monsters that people can't see into the city in order to prove that he had a bigger penis.
Yep. That is evil.
It is 100% evil. He put hundreds of thousands of lives at risk for the sake of his pride.
They were never in any danger because I would stop them, except you fucking didn't.
Yeah, except things got out of control, like anybody could tell they were going to, and everybody was in danger. And it wasn't and it was only fine because the guy that you were having a pissing contest with saved your fucking ass. It makes me so mad.
Maybe this society was right to getting rid of all the Quincy's.
Yep. No, they were kind of evil.
Okay, so I'm actually caught up, like, because the manga is finished. So
Yes.
I'm caught up on that. Does anybody want to know what's up with the Quincy?
No, I'll watch it eventually.
Okay.
Yeah, because, like, and they just ended the first part of, like, the final arc, so.
I'll eventually get around to it.
Where they're after God? To kill God, basically?
You know, sometimes you just
Yes.
gotta get up and kill God.
That's kind of like how I view, like, the Soul King.
Well, they don't want to just kill God. They want to supplant him.
They want to cannibalize God.
They want to destroy God and remake the world and everything in their own image.
You know what? Like, there's not enough stories about people trying to eat gods. Like, I think that should be a thing. Just putting that out there. It's my opinion.
Yeah, the only one I'm kind of immediately thinking of, like, cannibalizing God is Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of what happens at the end.
I love Princess Mononoke. It's a good movie. And one of my favorite scenes is when the apes start trying to, like, attack the humans by just throwing rocks and stuff at them. And they're like, let us eat them. If we eat them, we'll become them. And the wolves are like, shut up. You're stupid. Get out. Just get out of here. And it's just like, I love that.
They were the creepiest thing about the whole movie.
Yeah, super creepy. But, like, that train of thought of just like, if we eat them, we become them.
You are what you eat.
Yeah.
You also kind of are what eats you.
What was the thing? If mosquitoes can only lay their eggs when they drink your blood, are you part the parent?
Oh, I was not ready for that existential question. Thank you.
Sorry, I've thought about it before, and I think it's stupid, but that's fine.
I mean, it is. It's absolutely stupid.
No, they need to pay rent. So I thought mosquitoes only lay their eggs in the water.
They do. So they can't produce the eggs until they get human blood. That's why female mosquitoes bite. Male mosquitoes don't bite humans because they don't need the blood. They use your blood. They actually use your blood to, I think, facilitate the proteins or something. I don't remember what it is, but if they don't drink blood, they cannot create the eggs, and then they lay them in the water. So.
And it's best if it is. It doesn't have to be like a lot of water, though. It's my understanding that like sopping coconut husk is one of the best things for mosquitoes to lay their eggs in. Or like the water in a cow's hoof print. So they don't need a lot of water. They like it best if it is standing water, like real tepid, real nasty.
Nasty.
The yeah. The
Kinda
smaller
like
the
how
body
my
of water,
radio
the
said.
fewer. Yeah. I've been twisting nasty in that particular way a lot lately.
Nasty. But also, when you mention hoof print, watering from a hoof print, there's a western called True Grit.
People got to
And-
drink it.
So, John Wayne makes fun of this Texas Ranger, who's like, if I hear another Texas Ranger say that you drunk water out of a horse's hoof print, he's like, I'm gonna go crazy. Or it's like, if I met one who hasn't drunk dirty water from a hoof print, I'll give him like a silver dollar. Because it's apparently what they always
Hey, if you're in the desert,
they do.
water collects. Sometimes you need it. It's definitely an old like that's something I've heard of. Like, right, like that's something I remember people talking about.
Yeah.
So
It's like my life was. This describes how bad my life was.
yeah. If you ain't willing to squeeze the water out of a cow pie, you ain't thirsty.
Or it's weirdly like kind of the same way of saying like I walk to school in the
Uphill
snow.
both ways, yeah.
Yep.
Uphill both ways. Negative 40-degree blizzard.
Yep.
We got a little bit too much booty on there. That's my bad. Sorry.
Have you guys seen the Monty Python bit about that? Old guys swapping stories?
I mean, I'm sure I have. It sounds good, but I can't recall any of it.
I'll share it with you after the
Sure.
stream. It's brilliant. It ends with, and if you tell kids of today that, they won't believe you.
Duh, 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 duh.
Those old people are full of shit.
Oftentimes, yes. I have no respect for somebody who says you need to respect me because I told you so, or because I'm older than you.
I think I'm done with that because I'm gonna keep adding weird stuff to this if I keep going.
Yep.
It's like
Much detail to the booty.
yeah, I got really distracted by the booty. I was very happy with the curves. YouTube's gonna be mad at me.
Abort.
Okay.
I love that.
Should though hear river monsters in the background.
No, it sounds fine. You are a little quieter, but I can still hear you, so I think you're good.
Okay.
Shark Folk Mako Pit Fighter.
Isn't that the species of shark you did for the were-goblin?
I think so, yeah.
I kind of love them because they got those big old eyes.
Mm-hmm. I love Makos. They got really cool teeth, too. They are unfortunately also the dumbest of the sharks.
Yep.
They're I guess they're kind of tiny is the thing. They're real fast, but they're just dumb fish.
They're kind of the tuna of the shark.
Yeah,
family.
exactly. Ah!
Yeah,
does.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like most fish are not super high on the intelligence.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like,
True.
as things go, they're kind of the smaller, dumber fish.
It's like any animal that insists on eating pieces of cars and luggage. Not
Yeah, bull sharks are also not smart, but they will.
but they're terrifying because they can swim in fresh water.
Yeah,
And they're
and they're big.
tough. They're tough as nails. I think my favorite shark species are thresher sharks, which are the ones with the super long whip tails.
Were goblins, like people that become goblins? No, Cosmic. Goblins that become sharks.
Were sharks. Was the term
Yeah.
that should have been said.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's a goblin were shark.
I like whale sharks because they're just so big and intrusive.
I watched a guy almost die because of one of them. That was terrifying.
Swimming next to it.
Yeah. It gulped him up. And he's just like, now what? Swam around with him for a little bit and went down pretty deep and then let him go.
Oof.
It's just like, you almost got killed by a giant cow. Not cool.
Congratulations.
Basking shark, because they also have huge mouths.
Maybe it was a basking shark. It might have been a basking shark.
Whale sharks' mouths are kind of wide and flat. They don't like open up wide.
Hold on. Is this a whale shark? Or is this a whale shark? Send me a picture of a whale shark. I might be
Top one
thinking.
is a whale shark, bottom one is basking.
Okay, then I was backwards.
Baskings have just a huge gaping mouth that's
Yeah.
like
Okay. That is what I was thinking of.
Yeah. This is basking shark.
Okay, I was thinking of basking shark. No. Wah!
Top cat, but shark.
You don't know what sharks sound like. Wah. I could definitely see a goblin being were piranha or were anglers. Yeah, that could be good.
Ugh. A goblin with an anglerfish face. That's nightmare fuel. That's Eldritch Horror. That's the Innsmouth that I do not want to go to.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the idea of like piranha grindilo.
Sure.
In like Amazon River like area of a fantasy world.
What should I do to this shark to make him look more like a brawler? Give him a band-aid?
Anchor tattoo.
Anchor tattoo? Weep.
Sailors are brawlers.
I suppose so.
Not all sailors.
I'm a
Hashtag
lumberjack
not all
and I'm
sailors.
Okay.
Hashtag not all sailors.
I gave him a cape. That's not what I wanted to do. I want to give him like a gladiator chess piece. Can we talk about oh shoot, what was his name? There's a guy in Game of Thrones. Belgoose? He's only in the books.
Oh, then I wouldn't know him then.
Yeah.
Yeah, me neither.
He's a big dude that the King of the Sea travels around with. I think he eventually goes and hangs out with Daenerys. But like, he's supposed to be this huge guy that's just covered in scars, and his trick is that he just lets people stab him. He's just like, yeah, you want to fight me? Cool. I'll give you the first swing. And then as soon as they stab him, he just kills them. And it's like, that's terrifying. That's terrifying, and I kind of hate it, but it's also kind of neat.
It's a strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I think this shark would do. It's just like, you want to fight? And then the guy like runs up and tries to grapple him, and then he just bites them. Just bites them and they die. Instead of ankle biters, they take the whole leg. Yeah, kind of. Is Kenpachi still in the new Bleach series?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright, I gotta watch it then.
Unohana is revealed to be the coolest character of all time.
Is that the orange-haired girl?
No, that's the healing captain, the captain of the 4th Division.
Oh, yeah, she's always super cool.
The one with the big long braid that, like, braid in front of her instead of behind her.
Isn't her sword like a giant stingray?
Yes.
Yeah, she's super awesome.
She's terrifying. Do you know what I'm talking about, Corvus?
Oh, I do.
Oh, okay, good. I need somebody to know what I'm talking about because
Was there a movie? I think there's a movie I missed.
probably, but I don't think it means anything to the story.
The other problem is like, Jump Rope and I tried to watch it because I watched Bleach when it came out. Like I watched the whole series,
Yeah.
as it came out, and Jump Rope hadn't seen it. We started trying to watch it. I think we got lost somewhere in one of the filler series seasons, and it's like,
Oh,
man,
yeah.
I really want you to get to the end of this series, but like, I can't sit through this again. I need like Bleach unabridged or something, or abridged. And then, so I haven't watched the new stuff because it's like I want to get to the end of the old stuff again, and then watch the new stuff. But God, it's just so much.
Just watch the canon stuff.
Oh, like actually just curate it myself. Like I could do that.
Yeah.
We did that for what the hell's it called? The Clone Wars cartoon.
Yeah.
Before the last season came out, we were like, let's watch all of Star Wars in like chronological order. And so like so we started like with the movie, and then we got to the cartoon, and we watched all the cartoons in the correct order because they wrote it in an order, but then Lucas was like, no, I want this to be an anthology, so we're gonna have it be out of order and out of sync, so people just see these different battles. It's way cooler if you watch it in order, and then it actually makes sense of like where they're actually traveling through the systems.
So you basically Snyder cut your own.
Yeah. And then every time there was like a movie or something, we would jump to that movie, which was actually really cool. Watching things like watching the hell's it called, like Rogue One. Watching Solo, and then going back to Clone Wars, and then watching Rogue One, and then watching the other movies. Like it's I love Star Wars. Star Wars is great. I think I'm done with this bad boy, but this is armor, so I'm gonna color all this in. Kenpachi is a title referring to the strength and durability. Yeah. But he's still that character. I don't think he has another name. At least, not that I remember.
He does. It's Zaraki, I think.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. I forgot that. He's one of my favorites. He's real dumb.
Yes, he is.
He's essentially a Nosuke as a Shinigami, which is great.
Oh yeah. Even similar swords.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. I'm done with the Shark Man. We're moving on.
I don't like what I've done. I'm just gonna erase it all. Maybe I'll just...
Alright, I need to roll a d10, because I've just rolled 11 and 12, and there's only 9 left, so... 9. A turtle samurai with a bladed umbrella weapon.
Yay! Fine. I really want like a bladed umbrella weapon in some sort of D&D game.
Done. Moving on.
My issue is I can't fully suspend my disbelief. I'm like, it wouldn't work.
What, yeah, is the blade at the end of the spines, or is that the tip of the umbrella?
Oh, yeah. So it's like at the end of the ribs, there's like a little.
Okay, it's like a bladed
Like,
fan, but umbrella.
Pretty much, yeah.
Gotcha.
I recently was like kind of reintroduced to this. I think it's made by the same people who did Monster Hunter. It's called Wild Hearts,
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
and it's fairly new. And one of the like weapon categories is a bladed umbrellas.
Did you just stand under it and spin? Are we talking
No,
Kung
but
Lao
you
meets
can,
Mary
like-
Poppins? You do that.
Though that is the thing that you can do is like kind of like spin it and it kind of flies out, acts like a saw blade.
Okay. That sounds familiar. I've seen that before. If not from a game, but from like an old Kung Fu movie.
Yeah.
And
It
there's like
for sure is a thing that has been in Kung Fu movies. For
And
a long
as a
time.
child, I've absolutely thought about that as a weapon. If anybody else hasn't just like spun the hell out of their umbrella as fast as they can, I don't know what you're doing with your life.
I also think there was this movie. It's like a sequel to an older movie called Dragonheart, and there's a Chinese character who shows up in the second movie, and he has an umbrella, and he like uses it as a like it's sturdy enough that he uses as a shield, and like it has like I don't know a 2-foot long spike that sticks out that he kind of fights with. So I was like, so cool.
Is this the like Dragonheart movies where the king gets his heart spliced with a dragon?
Yes.
Okay.
They made a sequel to that?
There's like 7 of them.
Yeah. The second one, the sequel is okay. The rest, quality just tanks really hard.
Does that have the guy from
It's Dennis Quaid.
Dennis Quaid? Okay.
First one had Sean Connery playing the dragon, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember watching the first one and not caring enough to ever touch any of it again.
Man, I love that movie. It was bad. I don't say it was bad, but
Yeah.
I loved it.
It's just, it is a bit weird because everyone else is like a British or UK actor. And then you just have Dennis Quaid not even like trying.
I tried to,
British actors.
we were talking about this movie, and I was saying, I can't, I don't know which I like better, because I watched them at different times in my life. Dragonheart or Reign of Fire.
Ring
and,
of Fire.
and I started talking about Reign of Fire, and then I was like, you know what? That was a bad movie. Like, there was not a lot of good, it looked really cool, And
Was it Christian Bale?
it was Christian
Yep.
Bale. Christian Bale as a very angry farmer. And yeah, the person I was talking to was just looking at me like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And I was like, "No, like, I'll watch that movie with you right now if you want, but like, that's a bad movie." He was not happy. He was not a happy camper.
I never fully understood what happened. Like, I get that dragons kind of like wiped out the UK, but like, was it just the UK?
No, it was the whole world.
The whole.
So it's like zombie apocalypse, but
With dragons. Yep.
Yep.
Just like,
It's a cool. It has so much promise is the problem, and then it takes itself just too seriously for what it is, and there's a lot of stuff that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But like, the visuals are great. Like the acting was over the top, but like fine for what it was. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like.
Given the context, it almost needed to be over the top, so it's fine.
yeah, I don't know if I ever fully finished it. I remember like the intro where like the boy's mom is like a subway, like working underground, like a subway or something.
Yeah, they wake up the dragons because they were living in the UK underground, and then the world burns.
Yep.
And the dragons just want to eat stuff that's been burnt. That's how they survive. And it's like that's fine. Why would the dragons eat all your stupid crops? Why wouldn't they just eat like trees, monkeys, like so many other sheeps?
They don't want your fucking tomatoes.
Yeah. There's just
They're
there's so many
unripe green tomatoes.
so many plot holes in that movie is my problem with it.
I always kind of got mixed up with another like kind of cheesy dragon movie. I don't even remember what it's called. Like, it was a sci-fi movie, and it was Sci-Fi the channel.
Mm-hmm.
And like the dragons were aliens.
Ooh, weird. I did not see
They
that.
came like to Earth on a meteor.
Fun fantasy?
I guess. And they also like shoot out like weird barbs from their tails. Like,
That sounds familiar, actually.
they had like really long, kind of thin, whippy tails, and they would just like fling out these
Yeah.
spikes.
Yeah,
at
what was
people.
that? Wait, did that happen in Harry Potter too? I might be thinking of Harry Potter.
I don't think it happened in Harry Potter, but there is like a horntail.
Did they call them wyverns? Or was it actually a dragon movie?
I don't know.
I used to watch a lot of sci-fi movies in college. Because I
I
had...
do remember a movie called Wyvern where it was like
Yeah.
some town in like Alaska. Or maybe Minnesota.
Right, because those two states are very similar.
It was just like a cold, foresty area. So like it could have been anywhere from like Minnesota across to Seattle to Alaska.
That is fair.
Druid,
Yep,
I like what you're drawing.
thanks.
I don't remember what you're drawing, but I like it.
Blade Dancer Artificer. Basically.
Okay, so you are redrawing that one.
Yeah,
Okay. The other one was a little rugbified.
yeah, I did not like the other one. I took too many shortcuts. I'm not good at painting people yet. At least not just from scratch. So,
Do they have a bladed hat in Pathfinder or Dungeons and Dragons?
like Odd Job?
Yeah.
Not as far as I've seen.
I mean, this is not...
It would basically be like a chakram.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. This is like Mortal Kombat style hat. This is what I was thinking of, like Raiden's hat. Or you just saw blade someone to death with it. It's that, but bigger.
Yes. Like the only umbrella weapons I saw in
See you later, Cosmic.
Pathfinder is
I think there's an umbrella gun, isn't there?
umbrella injector.
Okay. That's a real weapon that Russia likes to use.
Yep. And the other one was a dart umbrella.
Okay.
So one shoots out darts, the other one is like you poke them with a needle at the tip of your umbrella to deliver a injection or injury poison.
Very Cold War.
Yep.
I don't know this. I don't know what I've done with this pose. I was originally going to have him standing on the umbrella because I thought that would be funny. Now I don't
remember it was a turtle.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing.
Also, I have to ask, why is he giving us bedroom eyes?
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know what happened.
Like
it got away from me.
Like you wanna take a walk underneath my umbrella?
Hey.
It sounds like a euphemism, but means nothing.
That's kind of why I said it.
I'm gonna make it so dry for you. Wait, what? If you guys don't know what that's from, don't worry about it.
I don't know what it's from, but
Sort
it
of
made
a
me
very,
laugh
very
anyway.
old college humor sketch. It's definitely worth watching if you haven't seen it. How much biting do you want? A little bit? A lot? No, no biting. No biting at all. Oh, what? I'll just take my hands and... It's like, stop! Sometime when you're bored, just type in, I'm going to make it so dry for you, into Google. It'll figure it out.
It usually does.
Yeah.
Sounds like something Allie would say.
It does.
Allie.
Allie Beardsley.
Which one's that?
The
Oh, no, I got it now. From
non-binary.
yeah, from College Humor and
Yeah.
the game show thing that I watch.
Dimension 20 and everything.
Yeah. I don't think that was Allie. Hold on, let me check.
I don't know. It's just like what you were saying is like I can hear her saying this.
Who knows? Maybe she wrote
Alright.
it. Or maybe they wrote it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's a Drunk Woozy video. Not College Humor.
You lied to me.
I was just wrong. Oh no, this guy just re-uploaded it. No, fuck that guy. Okay.
Oh.
It is College Humor. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I wonder if it's gone because College Humor is no more. Yeah, I can only find old uploads of it. Or
Yeah.
re-uploads.
Internet Archive, save us. I do actually find it very frustrating how little stuff is internet stuff is actually being archived. I understand like data requirements and like how impossible it would be to actually archive everything that goes on the internet, but still it's
Apparently it's Ellie Kemper.
college humor is still technically a thing. It's just drop out now.
Yeah, I mean it's not, but it is. It's just like the naming, the branding. So like if the channel itself doesn't exist, then they would have to like re-upload it and get the rights for it. That's probably why it doesn't have a. The content's just not there anymore. That's what I was saying. The channel itself isn't physically there. I don't think. Total Poppins? Yeah, kind of Revan.
Samurai Total Poppins.
Mm-hmm. Samurai Pizza Cats.
Is that the thing?
Yeah, oh yeah. You should definitely go watch Samurai Pizza Cats. I think one of the cats' name is Guido Anchovy.
Wow.
It's essentially like an old school, what, Saint Saru, is that what it's called? Ronin Warrior Power Rangers type thing.
Saint Seiya?
Saint Seiya, yeah. Except the main characters are cats and they work at a pizza delivery station. And so they literally shoot themselves out of a cannon to deliver pizzas and fight just the most random shit. It's got a lot of like Sonic the Hedgehog animated and maybe Kirby vibes to it, of just like nonsensical storytelling. But yeah, I remember that being really funny when I was a kid.
Apparently, there's also a band called Samurai Pizza Cats.
Funny. Do they dress up like cats and deliver pizza?
No.
Missed opportunity.
No. Yep. But because Samurai and pizza was used in the search, it also gave me Aku orders pizza from Samurai Jack. I was like, I mean, it's technically sort of related to what I searched.
Drawing an umbrella is hard.
Yep. Hey, do you know how to mirror a selection?
Yes. Once you select it, on the right there's a function. Inside.
Transform. Gotcha.
Oh,
Flip
up, yeah.
horizontally.
Yeah, you
Gotcha.
got it. I kind of want to give him the big like rice hat, bamboo hat. What's it called?
I'm not entirely sure.
I think it's a
I mean, it probably is made of bamboo.
bamboo or straw. It's just like a farmer's hat. That's all they call it.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're just made out of straw, actually. Usually rice straw.
That would make sense.
I could very easily be wrong, though.
He has double protection from the rain.
Well, if he throws the umbrella.
Fair.
That's the telltale sign. If you ever see somebody with a big old hat and an umbrella, just don't mess with them. I think we're just going to refine this. Did anybody actually make a rogue?
Not that anybody's told me yet.
I might do that today for fun. I had one of my friends playing the rogue, and it got pretty silly. Something I found out though is that what is it? Flanking and off guard stack, which is kind of cool. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah. I had assumed that they wouldn't.
Because I think one or two of the things makes it sound like when you're flanked, you are off guard.
Yeah.
Flanking doesn't exist anymore in the remaster because it got renamed to Off Guard.
I don't know if that's the case.
It is. I mean, in legal play, I guess you technically could make an argument that it's...
Because I think flanking still causes you to be flat-footed, and that's
yeah,
the.
So flanking exists, but flat-footed does not exist. It's just called off guard now.
Correct.
Yeah.
I will double check.
Because you have to flank them or do some sort of ability that would put them flat-footed or now be
Right, and so with the rogue, it gives you both options. You can either have somebody be if they're denied their dex from being flat-footed, or if you do an action to cause them to be off guard for your next attack is how you can get your sneak attack damage. So there's two ways to do it. If you're flanking, you just always get your sneak attack damage, which is great. But if you're by yourself, you have to use an action to cause them to be off guard, and then you can get your sneak attack damage. Oh no! Yeah, I'll have to look into this now.
But that should still stack with the debilitating strike. Negatives.
Flanking was too ambiguous on what happened if you got ranged attacks within reach of the foe while flanking. Off guard is a replacement name for the term flat-footed. It's generally synonymous with off balance, unprepared, or off guard. Crap, that means the rogue changed again. So I'll have to look into that. I'll have to look into it now. It probably plays the same.
Yeah, so like for you to get your sneak attack, you have to
Deny them their
creature has to
dex
be,
bonus, right?
Yeah, or they just have to be off guard. So, and you have to be using a agile or finesse weapon,
Mm-hmm.
or a agile finesse unarmed attack, or a ranged weapon attack.
And then... Okay. But they don't stack anymore because they are the same.
Yeah. Because like you can't because flat-footed never stacked with you. Like you could like say if they were sickened and flat-footed, that's a thing you could do. But like, because flanking just gave you the off-guard status.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Okay. Dang it.
In which, but I think there are other ways of getting it as well. So like the scoundrel, you can use when you successfully use the feint action.
Mm-hmm.
The target is off guard against your melee attacks.
Right, which is what I was looking at. But then if you're also flanking with somebody, I thought that was where I was thinking it was kind of interesting, because that means that rogues, if you do that, you basically have a higher chance of critting because you now get a +4 instead of a +2, which I thought was really interesting. And now it's like, oh well, I gotta look at it again.
Yeah.
Maybe your friend misread the rules.
Oh no, I was the one that read it. It was definitely my mistake. Well, I'm gonna have to look it up. Because the other weird thing about sneak attack damage, if you're not flanking, or they're not off guard, like, you get your sneak attack damage if you start the game using your stealth to roll initiative, and if you act before they do, you get your sneak attack damage. And it's just like, that's a lot of clarifiers.
Is that when you... Yeah, so that is specifically referred to as surprise attack.
Yeah.
So...
And maybe that has some ramifications later, but as is, it's just like, it makes way more sense to just go into combat whenever and then try to knock them off guard.
Yeah, and it's just like, basically what the surprise attack is, if you roll deception or stealth for your initiative, and if you just go before the creature that you're attacking, so it's not that weird.
Yeah, you're right.
So you just gotta go before whichever creature you attack.
Otherwise, you have to spend an action to try to get them off guard.
Yeah. If your racket allows it.
time is it here? 3:20. Hey, we're doing all right. Remember, one of the people said flat-footed didn't make sense for flying foes in a system, so it's also another reason they gave up. Supposedly. Okay, I could see that making sense.
Yeah.
The thing that bothers me about off guard is that it's an application on the creature, but it's individualized to the player, and so it's really clunky to apply. I really think it should be a like, especially in Foundry, if you're flanking somebody, you apply a condition to them, and now everybody that is playing gets the bonus to it. And it's like, is that intended that way? Because the way the rogue was stated was that they're off guard to you. And so it's like, so shouldn't that buff be on you for that attack? Mechanically wise, like for video game design aspects, that should be a buff on you, not a condition on them. But what do you got? What do you got for me?
I was just reading this because that was something I know we talked about one day. Because like, if someone is flanked and you're like a ranged character, do you get the advantage of their lower AC?
Yeah.
And in the case of rogues, you do, because you can apply your sneak attack to a ranged attack. Or at least a ranged attack with a thrown weapon.
Well, that was frustrating. Barely got to the minimum amount of work expected today. I'm bummed. I'm sorry. That's a bummer. Okay. So, yeah, because that, like... So, as a rogue, as long as they are denied their dexterity bonus, i.e., they're off guard, you get your sneak attack damage.
Yes.
But, Go ahead.
I was just saying, it also makes it easier for you to hit them because their AC is drastically lowered. Well, not even drastically, it's like...
Well, it's only 2, isn't it?
I think so. I can't actually look at it because I don't have the book, and the demo plane is like, oh, you have to buy the book for you to see this stats. I'm like,
Okay. Well, I have the book. I guess I could just go get the book. But I'm drawing Turtle Man.
yes.
I don't have the remastered players core near me, but I got the GM core. Close. Also, trying to finish this character.
Yeah.
I don't actually know what has changed between being off guard and flat-footed.
As far as I can tell, nothing.
Yeah.
It seems like it's the same condition. They just renamed it, but like both conditions exist, and that's the part I'm confused about. So it could just be a leftover from us not removing the old stuff.
Yeah. So in Foundry, if you do like legal Pathfinder Society play, technically, flat-footed is still a condition in the game because they basically made a new name for it.
Okay.
So it technically is in legal play. It's just because it's a circumstance bonus, it doesn't stack.
Interesting.
Or circumstance penalty in this case, because it is a -2 to AC.
Oh, and 2 AC net bonus things wouldn't stack. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. But like, if say they're frightened, that stacks with being flat-footed / off guard.
Okay.
So at least it should, theoretically.
Technically, theoretically, yeah. I don't know. It's going to take us a little bit to get all of our ducks in a row again, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's fine. It's a little bit frustrating, but kind of what I expected.
Yeah.
Wait, what
The weird thing
fish?
about-
Are you talking about the shark?
I think he's talking about the basking shark.
Ah, okay.
Because like the weirdest thing that they changed about rogues is rogues now can have martial weapons.
You just don't use their
But-
sneak attack with it?
Yeah, basically.
It just still
what
has
it
to
is.
be a light weapon, I guess.
Yeah, a finesse or agile weapon. So it's like,
But why?
yeah, unless you're using like the ruffian, which then you can use non-light weapons, basically. But as long as they don't do more than a D8 of damage. Or, okay, this is even more ridiculous. So if it's a martial weapon, you can't use more than a D8. If it's a advanced weapon, you can't use a weapon that has a die greater than a D6.
I was looking at some of that stuff, and it was kind of confusing, because... like, in certain situations... Maybe it was the paladin I was looking at? They're like, oh, if you're using a fist weapon, bump it up to a D6. But it's like, okay, I can do that. And then it's like, and then it doubles this, and then it does that. And it's like, this is just going to be way better than me using literally any other thing. But it has to start with being like total garbage. And if it starts as a D6, it sucks. It's like, okay, I don't get why we're doing that, but
Clerics have something similar called a deadly simplicity, where if their holy weapon is a simple weapon, they get to take the dice and upscale it by one stage.
yeah, that might be what I was thinking.
And like the one exception is fist. If it's fist, it goes to a D6.
Yeah, that might have been me looking at the like the god divine weapons and stuff.
But yeah, they had to be specifically a simple weapon, which is. I can have a dagger that does a D8.
Pretty neat.
I think it's a D. I think they're D6s.
Did the ninja get revamped yet?
There is no ninja yet.
Damn it.
Maybe in the new TN shop, there might be a ninja archetype.
I want me that sweet ninja clone jutsu. Let's do it. It is 3:30. I said I was gonna try to go to 4, but I think I'm spinning out. I think I'm running out of steam.
Okay. That's fine.
How close are you to being done? Because I'll just hang out. I'll hang out for a little bit.
I'm also running out of steam. I was gonna try to do a little bit of more painting on this, but I think
Forgot about the sassy turtle.
yeah. I think I'm good to wrap it up.
Call me Umbrella Death Man. It's alright. Crossing. Okay. Elliot, thank you, thank you. Gergbard? What is Grigbard?
They're like cricket fairies.
Oh. Okay. Cricket fairy, eh? Oh, I said I was going to give him masks, though. I can make this work. Psychopompuary. Oh, that's not what I thought it looked like. Now I'm sad.
Were you thinking Jiminy Cricket?
Yeah, I was just going to draw a cricket fairy.
Sorry to disappoint you.
That. I'll just give him a weird bug mask. That one looks like it's from Magic the Gathering.
Definitely a Wayne Reynolds. Grick.
Did he draw Una?
Like, he definitely works with wizards for Magic cards.
Yep, he did. That's funny. Turns out my favorite type of fairies was drawn by my favorite artist.
Oh, imagine that.
Who knew?
What a serendipitous coincidence.
I don't like that this is another one of those like centaur moments where they're like, what if we took the head off of something and just put another body on top of it? Let's celebrate their third super on Livestream. Can I click a button or something? What? This is bizarre. So you did the... What happens if I click that? Cool. What does this do? Weird. Okay. So it shows you that you've... it shows me that you've live chatted. And it's like, third, balloons, let's celebrate. But the only thing I can do when I click on let's celebrate is go to your channel or ban you. That's the only thing I'll give the option for. So I don't think that's what I want. I think I'd like something else, please.
There, I'm spamming the little floating.
I'm just cleaning up this last hand, so I'm good to wrap it up if you're done.
I'm gonna draw this creepy bug. And then we're gonna get out of here before YouTube bans us for drawing sexy bug ladies. What kind of instrument would you think should just play the legs? That sounds weird.
Yeah, it's called fiddle.
Yeah, but she's
But
got
it's a thing.
she's got the cricket legs. Oh, the cricket fiddle? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's like they have a action called fiddle, which they rub their legs together in a catchy fiddling tune.
That's funny.
Level 1 sprite has a D8 sonic attack.
Nice. Maybe that's what I'll throw at my players instead of Tooth Fairies. Screet!
Man, every once in a while I can actually draw hands, and then it makes me wonder what the fuck is wrong with me the rest of the time.
Yeah. I've started doing the box line method. That's been helping me out a lot. But I've also just been not drawing the rest of the hand and being like, that's good enough.
Yep.
Wait, I'm going to shrink this down. Gotta get this abomination out here. Just weird. Does it have wings? Oh my god, do they have... Okay, so check in that top left picture. It's got regular pixie wings and the bug wings. This is terrifying.
It's a centaur.
Yeah.
All the wings. It does literally have 8 sets of 8 wings. 2 sets of 4.
I feel like she should have a fiddle still, but she probably doesn't need it. I watched a video yesterday about someone trashing on the new sketchy style on TikTok, and I was like, why isn't that what TikTok shows me? Like, YouTube makes me watch this stuff. I have no idea what the hell they're talking about. I guess I'm not on TikTok that often. I jump on TikTok, post something that I've already posted on YouTube, and then just go away. So it doesn't know what the hell to look for me, but yeah, apparently people are upset about some kind of weird sketchy thing, and I don't know what it's about. I like sketchy drawings, so I always miss out on being mad at things, and I think I'm okay.
Probably
with that.
just as good.
Yeah.
That you miss out on it, right? Like, I don't know about you, but I'm mad enough about the stuff that I'm aware of. I don't need anything extra. Don't need anything on top of politics.
There's a... How far have you gotten into the Dresden books? You still on like book 4 or something?
I've book 5. I think the last one was...
Does he have the dog yet? That's the question.
Does he have a dog yet? No.
Okay, never mind. There's a part of the book like way later, where they talk about little dark pixie spirits that just clutter people's mind and make them talk about politics. And so like you walk around and if you look at people you just see like a dark cloud around their heads and like they infect. I think the joke is that they infect just a ton of old people, and it just makes you incessantly want to talk and complain about politics. And I'm like, that's funny.
That is very funny.
Jim Butchers knows how to
Really
make me
active
laugh.
during the holiday season.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's when they can spread around, right? Find new hosts. I think the last one that I read was the one where Queen Mab buys his contract.
Yeah. It's good. I love those books. I'll probably reread them here after I reread The Lord of the Rings again.
Oh no.
Hmm?
Atomic Sorcery found a scorpion variant of your fairy.
Ugh.
And he's right, it feels like nightmare fuel.
Could she accompany herself if she had different instruments? I suppose so. You could have one of those, like, what are they called? Like, auto bands? Where, like, a different instrument is strapped to every leg. From Mary Poppins. Bert plays one.
Oh yeah. Oh, I just know them as a one-man band.
That could be what they're called. But I think it is an instrument, and I think it has a name. All right, I think that's about it. I think that's
All right.
about where I'm gonna get done here.
Yeah. I'm done. I'm just futzing now.
Same. I'm gonna look those up. That does seem like a fun thing to throw at somebody. I wanna come up with a dungeon dive for my friends that I'm trying to get back into D&D, playing 2nd edition. We did a haunt last week, and they jump rope just like brute forced it, and it was just like, I found it, that's the ghost, kill it. And I was like, okay.
Aggressive much?
Yeah.
Is that my fault?
No, I think jump rope's just like knows my style for haunts, and so she wrecked it.
Gotcha.
This is what you do. You actually use the rules for haunts this time.
That's what I was trying to do, and so like she navigated it really well. There's an animated furnace, I think is what it's called.
Yeah, I've looked at those.
That was really funny because like its only move is to grab somebody and eat them. I'm like, I like this creature, and my friends did not. They're like, yeah, we're not going near that thing. I'm like, oh, come on, it could be important. And they're like, no. They just walked away, and I was like, dang it. It's not a mimic, I promise. It's just really cursed.
Wasn't that something that we almost ran into in your Chimney Man?
No. There were furnaces, but there were wisps living in them.
Oh, cool.
I thought there was like a really big clockwork. Oh, fabricators.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm done. Had to request it when you said Faye. Just wanted to be off work. Yeah, no problem. Thank you again for that. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out today, everybody. Let me see if there's anybody around for a quick redirect. You guys want to go watch leather be made? Could do that. I like his stuff. Yep, we're gonna go check out name I can't remember. Dark Horse Workshop. There we go. And yeah, thanks again, everyone. Stay happy, stay healthy, keep your dice on the table. We'll see you next week, and have a wonderful time. Bye. Keep your dice on the table.
Bye.